Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, March the 13th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Number 2 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members of council have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving on to the approval agenda. We have a motion of the agenda of the special council meeting, March 13th, 2024, be approved as presented. A mover? Councilor Marchand, second by Councilor Rush. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Item number 4 is in-camera items. Before we call the motion, I'm just going to ask if any members of council want to go into camera and ask any further comments or questions from the reports that have been submitted. I'm just asking if any members need to go into closed session to ask any questions, or do you have the information from the reports?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion that in accordance with the Town of Penetanguishene procedural bylaw.
Your worship.
Yep.
Your worship, sorry. I would appreciate going in camera because there were a couple of things that I wanted to speak to about a couple of the reports. Thank you.
Thanks. We did have a couple of members here as well, Councillor Vettebungers. Thank you. So we have a motion in accordance with the Town of Penetanguishene procedural bylaw 2023-50 that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene move to an in-camera session to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder. Councillor Marchand. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. So we'll move into our in-camera session. And Councillor Roux and Councillor Vettebunker, I believe you have the link for the second meeting. We'll meet you there. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your attendance. We'll be just a couple minutes. We just had the 6 o'clock meeting. We're just going to finish up. So it's gives a few minutes to wrap this meeting. I'm just going to wait for Councillor Vedabunker and Councillor LaRue to chime in, and then we'll continue that, and then we'll start our next meeting. All right, Councillor LaRue and Councillor Vedabunker, we're back. Thank you. So, Council, I have a motion that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene rise from an in-camera session with a report. I'm going to look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRue, seconder. Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Yep, good. And opposed. That is carried. I'm going to have to go slower tonight. All right, Council, 5 is reports from an in-camera meeting. I have a couple motions for us. So, and our second one is a verbal update regarding the Director of Human Resources regarding union negotiations. I have a motion that staff be directed to proceed in accordance with the request made on February the 14th, 2024. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Darush, seconder. Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Good. And opposed? And that is carried. Second item is regarding verbal update from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding our Main Street building collapse. That I have a motion that the update on the Main Street building collapse be received for information. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Darush, seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Good. And opposed? And that is carried. Our third item is regarding personnel matters. I have a motion that council approve as proceeded with the in-camera report. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder, Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Good. And opposed? And that is carried. Number 6 is our question period from the medium public regarding our 6 o'clock meeting. Do any members have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to look for an adjournment at 7:05. Looking for a mover. Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Waters. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. And we're going to continue right into our council agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your patience tonight. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get started with our council meeting for Wednesday, March the 13th, 2024. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7:06 p.m. Thank you again for your attendance here this evening. I'm going to start by asking Chief Renaud, if you don't mind coming to the podium, Chief, and provide our public safety announcement for our audience, please.
Outside of the council chambers to the right, and then another quick right down the hallway. The town hall is protected by a single source fire alarm system. In the event the fire alarm rings, please exit the building through the rear doors or the side doors, and we'll all get together in the parking lot of the church. If there is ever a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address for town hall is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I want to remind everyone, we do have a public access defibrillator just outside of council. I wish you a safe evening. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue à la salle de conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Couple de messages avant que nous commençons. Les chambres de bain sont situées juste à la sortie à l'arrière, à votre droite et au bout du corridor à la droite. L'hôtel de ville est protégé d'un système d'alarme à feu de 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter l'édifice par la porte à l'arrière ou de côté et on se rejoint dans un stationnement de l'église. En cas d'urgence médicaux, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici pour la ville est le numéro 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a un défibrillateur public juste à la sortie de la salle de conseil. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée. Merci. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you so much, Chief Renaud. Moving on to our second item is our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes Chippewa Tri-Council comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat, and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Again, thank you everyone for participating and being here tonight. We love having a full house. So thanks for being here. I'm gonna ask council to stand. We're gonna start with our council commitment, and I'll ask Councillor Marshall if you can lead us off, please.
Good evening. Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les responsabilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intentes dignes de tout ce que nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons toutes renforcées à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de toutes, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci pour votre présence ce soir.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Waters.
Thank you. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, the knowledge, the will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Moving on to number 4 is our approval of the agenda. I have a motion that the agenda of the regular council meeting for March the 13th, 2024 be approved as presented. A mover, Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder, Councillor Drush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. Council number 5 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Do any members of council have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, if you're presented with one at the time, please let us know. Number 6 is our open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for any members of the community to speak to council. It is timed. You do have 2 minutes to speak to council. You do need to register with Madam Clerk before that happens. So it's your opportunity again to ask questions. Now, just to set the stage for everyone, it's an opportunity if you ask questions to council. So you'll direct them to us. We're going to ask that you don't have a debate or two-way conversation with staff. We're going to ask for a respectful decorum. We're going to ask that we're appropriate to our peers and our community members. If we find that our respectful decorum is not appropriate, we'll turn off your microphone and your time will be done. Okay. Madam Clerk, has anyone registered for open forum tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. This evening, we have 4 members of the public who have registered for open forum. Our first is going to be virtual, and it is Cheyenne Zeeler. And she will be speaking in regards to Shared Tower, 17 Point Street.
Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Cheyenne, welcome. You have 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening to council. Thank you for your time this evening. Again, my name is Cheyenne Zeerler, Senior Planning Manager with Shared Tower, here to speak to you regarding the telecommunication tower at 17 Point Street. Given where we are in the process, we acknowledge that the St. Anne's Church is an important part of the community, and we would like to take this opportunity to request a deferral on council's decision this evening. The reason we're requesting this deferral is to reinvestigate the other location options for the tower to be able to present you with those. As some of you may know, these proposals and discussions often take a significant amount of time, and deferring the decision would allow us to continue to have those discussions with the other locations in order to provide an alternative option which would address the community's concerns surrounding the location. When we're working with landowners, for example, like the Knights of Huronia, it is nice to know that the project would in some form give back to the community, and we do appreciate their patience and understanding through this application process, as we know it was not easy for them. Shared Tower continues to be dedicated to meaningful and transparent consultation during this process, both with staff and the public. And where we are today is due to us following the process that is in place to ensure that federal regulations are met. In fact, I just want to make note that when we did start this process back in June of 2023, we did leave the pre-consultation meeting with staff, and immediately the next day, we explored the possibility of rebuilding the existing tower at Town Hall. Unfortunately, once we conducted that on-site visit with staff, we discovered there was some underground infrastructure that would need to be removed by the town, so it was no longer a feasible option. However, we do remain focused on locating a site that would both meet network requirements while also addressing the concerns surrounding the St. Anne's Church. So to conclude, Shared Tower is respectfully requesting a deferral on council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next member of the public who is looking to speak in open forum is Arlene Marchedeau regarding 17 Point Street and non-concurrence.
Thank you so much. Welcome. And again, you have 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, members of council. The Tower of Christ, being the church, and the Shared Tower don't belong in the same proximity. There are more verses in the Bible than there is daylight that would prove this, as the church should only have a stable and peaceful aura surrounding it. We've heard from a family that there's a child that lives close by that's sick and has a compromised immune system. She often can't go to school, and if the tower is erected, they would be forced to move. They live in government housing and would have a very difficult time to find a house. No one needs to get hurt while living their daily life. We've already talked a number of times about the proximity in reference to government buildings, homes. We also know that EMF has been proven to be a 2B human carcinogen. I have noticed that there has been comments and concerns about the loss of income to Knights of Huronia. I know that there's a lot of people that would reach out and help them, to try to generate income for the loss of income from the tower erection. That's something that could be offered to them. As well, I wanted to say that there's been petitions across Canada to the Auditor General of Canada for the cell phone towers, EMF human, for the pollution to humans. I've also noticed in the media that firefighters across the US are actually starting to speak out of the ill effects from the EMFs from the towers being on the buildings and close to the property or on the property with the buildings. And they're the same complaint that I've said a number of times, severe headaches and malice and the inability to do their jobs correctly. So this is something that, we should, pay attention to. And I just ask that we solidify our vote with the non-concurrence so that we can put this to rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I believe you have another member.
The next member up is Richard LeBlanc regarding information on the installation of the tower.
Thank you so much. Welcome. The 2 minutes and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Bonsoir. Good evening. The Knights of Huronia Inc., which consists of 9 directors, signed a lease with Shared Towers to have the tower installed. The tower will be installed on private property and is needed to address the poor cellular service issues in Penetanguishene and surrounding areas. The tower is engineered to accommodate initial and future loading for 3 cellular service providers and additional fixed wireless equipment as required. It will strengthen the local communications network. It protects communication by providing communications for emergency services such as fire, police, ambulance, and keeps residents connected through the operation of wireless consumer devices such as Wi-Fi, baby monitors, or cordless phones. What kind of damage will the tower do to the town of Penetanguishene? None. The installation of a tower will result in no health issues. The Safety Code 6 report was completed and confirmed that the emission from this tower will be within the allowable limits, which are less than the personal cell phone. People say it will deface the church. If you stand on Robert Street facing the church, you will not be able to see the tower once installed. But what is defacing the church is 60-foot hydro poles with high tension wires stretching the whole length of Point Street. It is a beautiful church, but the real beauty is inside the church. The initial instigator of the complaint against the tower and people making the loudest noise against the tower don't even live in the town of Penetanguishene. As a result of this, I have received a threatening letter.
That's your 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
The final member of the public signed up for open forum is Justin Robitaille to speak about the non-resident fees.
Thank you so much. 2 minutes, the floor is yours.
Hi, Council. You'll bear with me. I'm not good at public speaking. I'm here tonight just to speak on behalf of the children. As you all know, we've recently come out of a pandemic. I'm a board member for the North Simcoe Capitals Hockey Association. I'm a local business owner, but primarily tonight I'm here as a parent of children who struggled through the pandemic and for multiple years after, and the repair work seems to just be happening now. I would strongly appeal to the council to consider deterring away from this non-resident fee, as the demographic it's going to affect primarily are ages 5 to 15. And I feel that that demographic over the last 3 to 5 years has been through enough. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone bringing comments and questions forward to council. Madam Clerk, was there anyone else? Okay, thank you. Just to set the stage for everyone, I know there's interest on many items. Tonight, later in the agenda, we'll be bringing forward a committee of the whole report in planning and development. So we're here for the tower debate and discussion. It's inside that committee of the whole report. So I'll guide us when we get there. The comments about the non-resident fee, that'll be at our next meeting, which is committee of the whole. I can't tell you when, but we're going to be able to wait until we get to that part. Moving on, the next item on the agenda is 7 statement from members. I'm going to turn to Councillor Vadabunker first, then Councillor Roux, and then to you, Councillor Marchand. So Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. Good evening, everyone. I only have one item I would like to report on, and it's last Monday, March 4th, I attended the last Penetanguishene Police Services Board meeting. And we conducted some business, some of which will be considered later in our meeting tonight. And we wrapped up our meeting. So that was it for the Penetanguishene Police Services Board. Now it's going to be a North Simcoe Police Services Board that will start, I guess, effective April 1st. And I want to thank the chair, Brian Cummings, for his leadership of the Penetanguishene Police Services Board. Your Worship, you sat on it, and we did have a couple of provincial appointees, and one passed away in mid-office, midterm, and the other was vacant. So we had a small but mighty board that carried on with the business, and we've wrapped up that business. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabunker. Councillor Roux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might just point out that the success of our Winterama. I think that we had a very successful Winterama, and I just like to thank all those in charge, the volunteers, our staff that have put this Winterama on the board again this past year. A great success, and I thank them very much.
Thank you, Councillor Roux. Councillor Marchand.
Just to add to that, I think we're the only town that can order winter when needed, because it was freezing that day, and yet it's 15 degrees out there today. But job well done by all the staff and volunteers as well. Just two quick things for me. On March 2nd, I had the opportunity to represent the town of Penetanguishene as a judge for the Lions Club public speaking event. There was 10 youth from our community. One speech was delivered in French, the rest were all in English. So we had that opportunity. I always commend individuals who find their courage to come up and speak. Justin, you did a great job tonight. It's not easy to get up in front of a group of people, and so those speakers did it's an important thing to impart at a young age. So that was really well received. And then I had the opportunity to be here in council chambers last Friday to celebrate International Women's Day. Kudos to Jeff and the senior leadership team, really highlighting women in municipal government and specifically within transportation and public works, which I'm proud to be the chair of. And so very well received, and thank you for having me as part of that event.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marchand. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We covered Winterama, another wonderful event. Kudos to our staff for putting it on. The other thing we did last week is Councillor Marchand and I attended the SSEA orientation. It was over in Midland. It was a quick 1 hour that turned into probably 2 hours or so after that, but it was nice of the town of Midland to host it, and a very good orientation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Rush.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that the town is looking for nominations for the 2024 Senior of the Year Award. If you know of a senior 65 plus who has contributed to many different aspects of community life, such as the arts, the culture, literature, community service, education, environment, fitness, or humanitarian activities, please consider nominating him or her for this award. The submission deadline is March 29th. For more information, please check out our website at penetanguishene.ca. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Waters.
A lot of the same stuff that everybody else talked about, except I did attend a meeting with the OPP on hate, and I found that to be very informative. I found out that I have some biases that I didn't really realize I had. So it was a little educational for me. And other than that, I do have something that nobody else can do here right now. On February 25th, I became a great grandpa. And I'm, I guess we'll have to put a motion forward that our new population sign be changed from 10,077 to 10,078. So it's was a baby girl, Lillian Ann Louise. She was 7 pounds, 12 ounces, and she's now over 8.
Thank you, Councillor Waterhouse, and congratulations. CO Lease, comments from you on behalf of the municipality.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 quick things, both of which have been touched on briefly. Last Friday, we, as an administration team, hosted a little event for staff with respect to International Women's Day. We appreciate those members of council that were able to join. We did join as a watch party to another municipal event, followed by a short event that we hosted with a panel of some employees. So a tremendous opportunity to showcase not only the tremendous women in this organization that work hard on behalf of the community, but also the women in our personal lives as well. The second piece that I would just touch on briefly, and it was touched on, Community Safety Policing Act does come into force April 1st. We continue to work hard on ensuring that the greater community of North Simcoe plus the District of Muskoka is prepared for that. And we currently do have a call for community applicants that is being advertised. So if there's any members of the community that wish to put their name forward, it's a real exciting opportunity to act in the governance capacity with respect to policing in North Simcoe, as well as Georgian Bay Township, which is really Southern Georgian Bay Police Detachment. So that's open until the end of the month, and we would welcome applications. Your Worship, those were my 2 updates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CO Lees. And just for clarity on that call, CO Lees, it's 5 members of the public we're looking for the Police Services Board, 1 member of the public from each municipality represented in Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Township, Tate Township, and Georgian Bay Township. And the information you get on our website or any other municipality's website for that. So if you're interested, as the CEO mentioned, for being part of our governance for our new detachment board, we welcome your application, and please come forward. I won't repeat everything my colleagues mentioned, but participated in most of the ones that were mentioned by my colleagues. I will thank the Deputy Mayor for winning the SSEA. I did go to my kids' last hockey game. We lost, but I did go. Councillor Marshall and I are on the same team, but they went to that, so I was proud to be there. One thing that was missed in the Winterama was the Deputy Mayor and I participated in the log saw competition, and we defended our championship yet again. So good job to us for that. Okay, we're going to move on. Number 8 is our proclamations. 8A is a resolution from the County of Simcoe regarding It Starts Month. Before I read this proclamation, do any members of council have any issues or concerns? Seeing none. Whereas inclusion, acceptance, and equity are important approaches to the diversity of residents living in any community, especially in our growing and changing region. And whereas March 21st is recognized as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And whereas the Simcoe County Local Immigration Partnership is a community partnership focused on the development of settlement strategies for newcomers. These strategies bring together and support service delivery to newcomers in Simcoe County while promoting positive relationships, opportunity, and use of local resources effectively. And whereas this month presents an opportunity to further the resolve as we pause to celebrate the diversity of the human race, rather than allow our dissimilarities to become a reason for racial separation. And whereas we encourage all to celebrate the differences in each other, such as race, culture, color, national origin, gender, age, disability, and religion. And whereas during this period, we will encourage residents to take a stand and support It Starts, to share their commitment to embracing acceptance, anti-racism, and diversity. Therefore, I, Mayor Doug Rawson, on behalf of the Town of Penetanguishene Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as It Starts Month in the Town of Penetanguishene, and encourage everyone to take a stand and participate in and learn more about It Starts campaign. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Waters, seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose, comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Our second proclamation before us. Any members of council have comments or questions before I read this proclamation? Seeing none. This is a resolution from the Penetanguishene Police Services Board regarding intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Whereas the safety and well-being of the town of Penetanguishene community and its residents are of paramount importance to council. And whereas intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, also known as domestic violence, poses a significant threat to the security and welfare of individuals within our community, involving any use of physical or sexual force, as well as emotional and psychological abuse in intimate relationships. And whereas on August the 16th, 2023, Justice Minister acknowledged gender-based violence as an epidemic and committed to addressing this issue comprehensively at the federal level. And whereas it is imperative for local law enforcement to actively contribute to community safety and well-being by addressing the rising incidents of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, particularly considering the alarming increases during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Penetanguishene Police Services Board supported and passed the intimate partner violence and gender-based violence resolution at their meeting on March the 4th, 2024. And therefore, be it resolved that council recognizes IPV and GBV as significant concerns affecting the safety and welfare of the town of Penetanguishene residents. Council commits to prioritizing the prevention and response to intimate partner violence and gender-based violence within the community. Council will support the Police Service Board, who will collaborate with relevant stakeholders, including the Ontario Provincial Police, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Planner for the County of Simcoe, local government, community organizations, and social support services to ensure that the prevention and response to intimate partner violence and gender-based violence is prioritized in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, including specific action steps to address intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Council will support the Police Service Board, who will actively engage in public awareness and campaigns and educational initiatives aimed at preventing intimate partner violence and gender-based violence and promoting healthy relationships within the community. A mover. Councillor DeRush, a seconder. Councillor Marshaw. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. Just a comment from myself, and I'm sure Councillor Vadabunker, you know, at the last several police services boards, when we're looking at the statistics, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence is the one that's consistently always trending up. It is a pandemic, it is an issue, and I'm glad that our police service board, other police service boards and municipalities are bringing this front and center. So thank you, Council, for that. Our next one is a recommendation, Council, we talked about last month. Just to give everyone a little background, this was a recommendation that came forward from Prince Edward County regarding supporting our fire service and specifically fire apparatus and the mechanism we use for replacement schedule. So it's just a recommendation to the ministry that we look at if a vehicle's being able to be certified, we should still be able to keep it. It's not based by time, and we're just supporting another member for that. So, Council, we have that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene support Prince Edward County's Resolution 2024-46 in support to the province to expand the lifespan of fire apparatus, specifically pertaining to the replacement of fire trucks due to insurance requirements. And that Council directs staff to share a copy of this resolution with Premier Doug Ford, the Honourable David Piccini, Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. I'm going to look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder, Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. And just for members of the public, second one we brought up last month, we bring it forward again tonight. The second one is to support another municipality. It's for a tax credit for volunteer firefighters, and we'll look at getting an increased tax level credit for volunteers. Council, we have a resolution regarding this tax credit for volunteer firefighters. That the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene support the Municipality of Wawa's resolution RC 23265 in support of Bill C-310 and amendments to subsections 118.062 and 118.072 of the Income Tax Act, tax credit for volunteer firefighters. And the Council directs staff to share a copy of this resolution with the Association of Fire Chiefs of Ontario, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Simcoe North MP. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Waters, second by Councillor Marshaw. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. Maybe just a little plug for the fire chief. During our orientation, fire chief made mention that volunteer firefighters' career would be 20 years or more. Now we're down to 3, 4, 5 years. So I'm sure the chief is always looking for members of the public. So if you want to help support the community, reach out to our local fire service. All right, number 9 is our public meeting. We do not have anything on the public meeting tonight. Number 10 is delegations. We have 4 delegations this evening. Our delegations are limited to 10 minutes. All right, so we will be timing our delegations. I'm going to ask for the people that are delegating. Some members have already been before council, may have delegated, may have provided. The opportunity tonight is to bring new information. It's your opportunity to address council with new information. So if we're hearing a repetitive tone, something that's already been stated in the past, we're going to stop the delegation. Okay. Okay, first one, 10A is a delegation from Claude Morrow regarding 17 Point Street. Sir, the floor is yours. I'm just going to turn to the clerk. I think we talked about this. We already had this gentleman already present and delegate before. Were 2 of these going to be 2 5 minutes? Just trying to recall.
2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. Make it up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe Mr. Morrow had already spoken at open forum, which means that he would have the 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. So the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Again, new information for council. And if you can direct your comments to council, please.
Ready. Good evening, Mayor Rosslin, council members, and citizens of Penetang. On February 14th, the council voted 6-1 for non-concurrence of the proposed cell tower. On Tuesday, February the 17th, I sent a video to the council members and the mayor, basically outlining some reasons why they shouldn't and why they made a good decision. And it was received actually with thunderous applause from the altar of God as a thunder cell basically floated over Penetang and shook up your building. I don't know if you noticed, but I noticed because my office is right across the road. Anyhow, I also received words of encouragement from some of the council members and also some members that are against the tower. But I also received words of chastisement from family, friends, and the like. Basically, some of them attacking my views and a book that I've written, The Prequel, which is available on Amazon through my name, Claude Morrow. It's not a plug to buy my book. All this is basically just information that we're missing. Scriptural information that people just kind of put off the side, collecting dust, and nobody's really paying attention to. There's some people that are calling me a false prophet and that we need to resist the false prophet. I agree there will be false prophets in these days and we do need to resist them. The video that I sent speaks of the Battle of Armageddon. And I know this is, you think like, are you being, is this church? Anyhow, it speaks of the Battle of Armageddon, and it's in the book of the Apocalypse, chapter 16, and it mentions 3 evil spirits. And one is a corrupt government, an infiltrated church, and bad science. And if you don't think there's bad science, think of the atomic bomb. There's bad science for you. Anyhow, the 3 evil spirits actually are the red dragon who has infiltrated our church. And if you don't know it, then basically, you're just not aware. But basically, it's 7 synod fathers that have given the Catholic Church the Catechism of the Catholic Church. And what they've done is they've removed sinfulness out of our lives. And we don't know that our lives are basically corrupted. The beast of the sea with 7 heads is our G7 that are following an outside organization called the World Economic Forum. And this is for one world order, one world government, and one world religion. And I encourage you to try to seek that out. It's not the time for me to talk about that. The false prophet that I've been accused of being, it's kind of funny, he has horns like a lamb, and he'll bring fire down from heaven,
and he'll give a voice to his creation. This is a very powerful individual with lots of money. I'm a custodian. I don't have money to bring fire down from heaven or give a voice to my creation. This is artificial intelligence if you're not aware of it. Anyhow, why am I here this evening after these personal attacks? Well, if you know that there's a venomous snake in your neighbor's yard and the children are playing there, are you going to tell them or are you just going to ignore it and let it happen? Well, I think being a Christian, you need to let people know what's going on. And that's the only reason why I'm here. How do I know what I know? Well, chapter 2 of the book of the Apocalypse again talks about what's in the 7 churches. And it's one of the churches is the church of Pergamos. And Pergamos is given 3 warnings. One of them basically is that they are where the seat of Satan is. Basically, the apocalypse was written in 97 AD. The seat of Satan was established in 67 AD. I won't say any more than that. The other one is they say that they know where the hidden manna is. Most people are really not concerned about where the hidden manna is. But then some are given a white counter that will reveal the name of the beast, right? And now this is why I feel kind of committed to sharing with you. The white counter, if you're not aware, actually, I went to sleep at night and I prayed for God to help share this information with me. And this is the white counter. Looks pretty simple, right? It's white counter. What it is, it's a square grid of 5 by 5. And this flashed in my dream 3 times, repeated by this, flashing in my dream 3 times. And you might think, well, what is this? This is a 3 by 3 square. This is a blank grid. This is 0. This is 9, right? So what I was able to do from that, I said, okay, I know 0 to 9. It's like a phone, 0 to 9. So I was able to do this. I was able to do a whole numerical code from 0, 1 being 1 by 1, 4 being 2 by 2, 9 is 3 by 3, 6 is 2.45 by 2.45. What I've done is I've taken this 6 and I put it in the Passeport Sanitaire from France. And what I found is when I did that, I took up my phone, my QR reader, and it brought me right to it. So what that tells us is those QR codes that we received after being vaccinated has the number 666 in it. All right? Don't be alarmed. There's always basic forgiveness. Anyhow, since I've been working at the church for the past 5 years, the church has been under attack 3 different times. One of them basically is the lockdowns. Nobody thinks that's
I'm going to get you to get back on the topic of 17 Point Street regarding the tower.
Okay,
because we've heard some of those comments.
Yeah.
So if we can bring it back to the topic, or else we're going to end this portion.
Okay. Well, okay, let me go back to how Mr. LeBlanc ended up saying that nobody will get hurt from this. When I was working at the cemetery some 5.5 years ago, I used to carry my cell phone right here on a pouch, my belt. Since then, basically, I've had to have a hernia repaired. I have prostate cancer. I've had to have prostate surgery. And now, is it the cell phone that I was wearing here for a year working in the cemetery? I don't know. Maybe it's not. But I think it's really serious that we know that the government and science is not always directing us for our best interest. They're motivated by money. And again, last month when we were here, the Knights of Viognier were not here. Where were they? I believe that they received a check because they dug at that tower location about 2 months ago. And the condition of their contract is once they break soil, they'll get paid. So now they have their hands with dirty money from basically shared towers.
We'll thank you for your comments. We'll end that there. We appreciate your feedback tonight. We'll call that there. Thank you. Our second delegation this evening, 10B, is a delegation from Connie Stewart regarding 17 Point Street. Connie, you were here last evening or last month, so it's 5 minutes for your delegation. Again, please, new information or new material for council.
Ahead of time.
And the floor is yours.
Okay. Members of council, the Knights of Columbus do great things for our community. They raise funds to donate to groups like St. Vincent de Paul, who then in turn support the less fortunate through difficult times. However, when the money raised comes from causing harm, we have to say no thank you. The Knights of Columbus did something out of order here. They allowed Share Tower to take soil samples long before the results from the first vote on February 14th were even announced. This cell tower deal was signed long before any resident was even aware what was taking place. thank God for our cell tower petitions that were sent out to homes in town and the surrounding area. Thank you to those who stood up here and let their concerns be and solutions be heard. If you think that this cell tower contract can be broken after a 5-year term, think again. The cell tower signals in Penetanguishene are just fine. No need for any more towers. This is what I know. The town of Penetanguishene has a plan that is counting on St. Anne's Church and other heritage buildings and sites being major drawing cards. Our 20-year community-based strategic plan was drawn up by consultants who gathered ideas from town staff, members of council, and interested citizens of Penetanguishene who took the time to complete and return your online survey. The following are highlights from this plan. Our community-based plan is counting on Penetanguishene's unique storied history, enticing potential visitors and residents to spend their leisure time here enjoying what our town has to offer. Penetanguishene's historic arts and cultural communities are important to consider, not only as building blocks, but also as economic drivers. Action 1 of the plan, protect and promote the unique culture of the town through heritage designation, landmarks, buildings, and sites across Penetanguishene to further tell the story of the town and its history. Theme 5 encourages us to celebrate Penetanguishene, highlight its unique history and culture. In the plan, you describe our town as a cohesive brand, and by celebrating the local heritage, natural beauty, and cultural diversity, this will indeed help convey to visitors that Penetanguishene is a place worth visiting. St. Anne's Church plays a huge role here. There should be no hesitation. Document 4958, a community improvement plan regarding downtown and waterfront. The purpose, a tool to improve and revitalize downtown Penetanguishene and other targeted commercial and mixed-use areas. The focus, establish downtown Penetanguishene as the heart of the community and an economic hub. The action and goals, promote downtown Penetanguishene's distinct character and identity, conserve and enhance heritage, and foster a cohesive aesthetic. Even if you were to update or rewrite our community-based plan, it will still be counting on our heritage buildings, landmarks, and sites to revitalize the downtown core and the town itself. Because we have faith in the process, we believe that you will stay true to your conviction by keeping St. Anne's Church and the downtown core aesthetically perfect. Going forward, if there is anything residents of the town and surrounding areas can do that would help you attain our mutually desired outcome, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, our next delegation this evening, 10C, is a delegation from Michael DeRush regarding 17 Point Street. The podium is yours. And you have 10 minutes for your delegation, sir. Floor is yours.
Good evening. I would like to thank Mayor Doug Rawson and the Town Council to give me permission to speak tonight. My name is Michael DeRush, and I'm a member of the Knights of Columbus and a board member of the Knights of Huronia Inc. I'm here tonight to represent us to say why we feel the cell tower should still be installed at 17 Point Street. We feel that the committee who is trying to stop the cell tower from being installed at 17 Point Street, which is the Knights of Huronia Incorporated property, hasn't got much support on their side, and we're going to try to prove it to the town. Let's talk about St. Anne's Church. They say it's bad for St. Anne's Church. St. Anne's Church has 3 priests, a deacon, 8 committees that consist of Ladies of St. Anne, Daughters of Isabella, St. Vincent de Paul, Finance Committee, Alpha Group, Legion of Mary, Knights of Columbus, the Church Choir, plus Frank Leo, the Archbishop of the Diocese of Toronto. They have never sent us a letter or asked to speak at the Knights of Huronia Incorporated meeting to discuss their concerns about the cell tower. The committee that is against the cell tower couldn't recruit any priest or any church group to speak on their behalf, so the custodian took it upon himself to speak his mind. He is not speaking for St. Anne's Church. He's speaking for himself.
Mike, I'm gonna caution you right now on the tone. Respectful dialogue to anybody in the community, direct them to council, or else we're gonna end the delegation.
Let's talk about religion. They say it's bad for religion. Not one other church minister in town has approached us to say it's a bad idea to install the cell tower because of religion concerns. So again, they couldn't recruit any minister who has a degree to speak for them. Okay, I can't say that. Next thing. They claim that a cell tower will affect the dead in St. Anne's Cemetery. There isn't one religion. Oh, sorry, I can't say about that. Getting somebody's case. Sorry. Okay, let's talk about St. Anne's Church sightline. They are worried this cell tower will deface St. Anne's Church. The priests and church organizations are more worried about what is going on inside the church and on their own property, namely the outside cement steps and retaining wall that faces Robert Street West that have been defacing the church for the last several years. If this town is such a Christian community, how come St. Anne's only has about 225 people in church on Sunday mornings, when 20 years ago, we used to have 800 people every Sunday? It took congregation and church committees about 7 years to raise enough money to replace a portion of the steps that had to be roped off for 2 years for safety reasons. This problem with the steps and the drainage problem that has been deteriorating the retaining wall was only fixed in the spring of 2023. It will probably take another 7 years to replace the remaining steps and retaining wall. The committee who's against the cell tower are so preoccupied about the cell tower, they don't even notice the sight line and the problems on church property. They're using St. Anne's Church as a pawn to try to stop the power from being installed in their neighborhood. It is not a cell tower that is going to deface the church. It's a lack of attendance and money that will end up closing the church. Let's talk about schools. Again, they say it's bad for children. The committee says it's a bad location because there are 3 schools in the neighborhood. There are 3 different principals, 3 different school boards, 3 different set of teachers. There haven't been one school board, principal, or a group of teachers that have approached us to say there's a bad location. They have never spoken on behalf of the committee against the cell tower or put up any remarks on their billboards outside of their school that's bad for kids. And yet the teachers are always saying their biggest concern is the education of safety of their students. Let's talk health concerns. The committee against the cell tower has nobody from Healthfield speaking on their behalf. In fact, they are speaking against them. The Knights River Running Corporation will give you 2 examples. Back in the beginning of November, 18 teachers refused work at a Toronto school over possible radiation from the cell phone tower on property next to the school. The teachers walked off the job on a Wednesday afternoon. The Toronto District School Board arranged for a third-party consultant to make recommendations. Health Canada responded that cell phone towers are usually located on rooftops, towers, and utility poles. Cell phone towers operate at a higher power than cell phones, but the radio frequency they emit is much further away from your body. Health Canada says this means your exposure from such towers is usually lower than exposure from using your own cell phone. The teachers were back on the job Thursday morning, so they weren't out very long. Another example, Dr. Stephen Repelito, Vice President of the Environmental Health Department for Simcoe Muskoka Health District Unit, stated that adverse health effects has not been found associated with radio frequency exposures at or below the units imposed by Safety Code 6. So the only people here against speaking for them is their own conspiracy theories. The committee keeps saying that the whole town is against the tower. At the town meeting in October, there was approximately 70 people from a town of 10,000 that attended. Out of those, there was quite a few from out of town. If the whole town is against it, the Brian Horsa Hall and Arena Lounge would have been packed like it was when the town council had a meeting about PSS and about Penetang General Hospital closing. At the town meeting, when someone spoke in their favor, the committee would clap and make a bunch of noise to make it sound as though there were a lot of people in the hall. When someone was speaking in favor of the tower, the committee would interrupt and make noise so that person could not be heard. The only people in town who have spoken for them is their own committee and a handful of people who had their own conspiracy theories about the dangers of cell towers. They had only 3 signs in the town to stop the tower, and they're all located within 200 meters of the proposed sites. They didn't even have one sign on St. Anne's property. Let's talk about cell tower. On their website, on the committee that's against it, on their website, they put a picture of the biggest and ugliest tower they could find. The proposed tower does not look at all like the picture they provided. The tower itself is only 30 meters higher by a meter wide. Share Tower wouldn't want the tower installed as there was no need for it. They're trying to improve service in town. If someone is taking a picture of the church and a tower shows up in the picture, they can eliminate the tower from the picture. The contract is only for 5 years. If it's causing a lot of problems, the Knights of Huron Incorporated does not renew the contract, does not have to renew the contract. They claim the Share Tower can keep putting it up higher. Well, Share Tower cannot extend the height of the tower without our permission. And cell towers are part of the landscape, and a lot of cities and towns have them. They're not using Penetang as a guinea pig. They're all over the place. The Knights of Huron Incorporated are more in favor of this cell tower now than we were when we signed the lease because of the lack of support of the committee that's against the tower as a pride. We don't understand why the town council would want to stop the cell tower from being installed when we have done nothing legally wrong. We have a lawyer going through the process with us right from the start. We are trying to make more money so we can stay in business and keep providing entertainment venue to Penetang Machine and surrounding area like we have for the past 65 years. It is getting harder every year for any nonprofit organization or any business to stay in business. The Knights of Huron Incorporated would like the council to look at this information with fresh eyes and agree with us that the committee against the tower has not proven their case. We would ask you to leave it up to the federal government to decide this issue or vote in our favor to ratify this vote tonight. And to make things clear, when they tested the soil, we did not get a check from that. I'll tell you that right now. And it says there's nothing in the Bible that says anything about a cell tower. And if the St. Anne's Church were that much against this, there'd be here somebody speaking for St. Anne's Church tonight. They're not for it, they're not against it. They got more. Pardon?
Okay, no two-way conversation, please.
Where is he tonight?
Mike,
Okay,
address to us, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Nothing more.
Thank you. Our next item, 10D, is a presentation from the Chief Administrative Officer. It's regarding our year-end review. CEO Lees, are you able to keep to our 10-minute time limit? Thank you so much. I'll ask you to the podium. This is a tremendous presentation. I hope everyone appreciates it. And it's all the great work that's done on your behalf by the staff and our community for you. So CEO Lees, to you. We might be able to bend it if you need 11 minutes.
That while I have the honor and privilege to present and provide the information and details, it's really the 60 plus staff in the organization that have allowed us to do what we do and allowed us to share these good news stories. Senior team has contributed to this as well as their teams within to get this in front of council in accordance with our strategic plan. I'm going to run us through kind of a brief agenda for this evening. And if we can go to the next slide, we will have some sections on each department. I'm going to start with our org chart. So the org chart looks rather daunting on the screen, but I can assure you we really are a small but mighty team here at the Town of Penetang. And there's not, this is structured based on position, but there's really not one position in the organization that doesn't contribute to the success and doesn't contribute to the great services that our community expects and deserves on a daily basis. And those services are really 365 days a year. We don't, when you think of water delivery or plowing roads or streetlights, there's no opportunity to take a day off. Those services are expected and delivered throughout every day of the year. If we move on to the next slide, we're going to start with the CAO and corporate services area. Administration. I'm just going to highlight some of these pieces in each of these sections. I'm not going to read them verbatim because I think members of the public and members of council can do that. When we think about administration, really administration is kind of the overarching umbrella of the organization. You know, one of the big accomplishments in the year in 2023 was our 20-year strategic plan that was very much community-based. You know, we talked a little bit about the Community Safety and Policing Act. There was a significant amount of time put towards that. And we continue as an organization, certainly with council's leadership, to advocate for fair and equal treatment as it relates to CNCC policing costs. When I think about mayor and council support, really this is a facilitation area. We had 2 delegations to ministries throughout the year, one at the AMO conference and one at the Good Roads conference in the early part of 2023. And I can assure members of the community and certainly council that one of those was in relation to our CNCC policing costs, as I touched on earlier. If we move on to the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about our clerks area and human resources. Lots of numbers, lots of stats, lots of data. I believe data tells a story, and that's what you're going to see throughout this presentation. We had just shy of 100 meetings when we think about boards, committees, committee of the whole, and council. And with those is a significant amount of work. We had issued 122 licenses, so lottery licenses to the like. We reviewed shy of 700 lottery reports, and we had 15 FOI requests, Freedom of Information requests, and with those comes a significant amount of work and time and energy. Human resources, some really good news stories here, 125, in excess of 125 recruitment interviews, 1,000 training hours. We onboarded, 31 onboarding events accordingly, and just general support through the organization from a staff morale perspective. If we move on to the next slide, communications and IT, which both fall under the clerk. You know, and tonight's a good example. This meeting tonight doesn't happen without the IT support and communication support that we rely on Sarah to deliver. 30 streamed and recorded meetings, and in excess of 1,200 social media posts. So when you think about that over the course of the year and the different platforms, pretty substantial and a really good news story. We pushed out shy of 230 media releases throughout the organization, and our communications game has continued to elevate over the years. From an IT services perspective, in excess of 600 user tickets, so 55, 60 full-time staff with a number of part-time staff. I think we can do the math. And we had a number of different managed service provider services being provided, and different events, alert tickets, and tests that we do throughout the organization. If we move on to the next slide, I'm going to jump over to finance and talk a little bit about accounting and budget and finance. Really staggering numbers here, $27 million in vendor payments processed. We processed shy of 400 invoices, and as you'll see at the very bottom there, 8,200 property tax bills issued twice a year, so divide that in half, and shy of 13,000 water bills issued on a quarterly basis. Budget and finance, we received responses to surveys, about 130 of them. We did 2 public budget consultations, which was a new thing, and I believe a progressive and the right thing to do from the perspective of engaging the community and really wanting to hear from the community what their perspective is on the budget. And we approved the budget December 13th prior to the fiscal year, the prior fiscal year, shy of $25 million. Fire and emergency services. This is a service that, again, is cannot afford to take time off. We expect this service to be delivered 24/7. We had a 23% increase in calls over 2022. We had a total of 222 calls, and you'll see the breakdown there accordingly between fire-related, medical, and motor vehicle responses. Fire prevention and education, this is the proactive piece and really trying to get out to the community and get the message out there and really try to prevent those situations and really reduce those calls that I talked about just 30 seconds ago. A number of different school open houses that we held at the fire hall. We issued 500 fire permits, which is good news. A little shy of 650 hours of training throughout the volunteer fire department. And I should really highlight that this is a department that is operated solely on a roster of volunteer firefighters. If we move on to the next slide, recreation and community services, some really staggering numbers here and a really broad spectrum of services that we offer. We offered 324 programs in 2023. We had a little over 2,200 program participants, a number of different events, not only our own events, but you'll see there it touches on 11 third-party events and 6 bike events. So these are organizations that come to us, ask to utilize space, be it physical space, a facility, maybe it's the park, to really host an event on behalf of the community, and just a tremendous number of services provided there. Our wharf, I think, is professed to be the best wharf in, I would argue, Ontario, and you'll see there the numbers certainly articulate that. Our museum, it's really a hidden gem in this community. We had 10,600 visits, and when you think about the math, it's tremendous for a small community like Penetanguishene. We implemented a new TOT program at the museum, and we passed our obligations, our reporting requirements with flying colors with the province. And one of those pieces this year was to roll out a 5-year accessibility plan for that facility. We also had a new partnership with the Penetanguishene Sports Hall of Fame, which by all accounts is doing extremely well. If we move on to the next slide, talk a little bit about parks and arena. A number of parks in this community. We rolled out or built a new town gateway in Parkette. We did improvements to Martin Valley Park and had a grand opening in the fall. We implemented some online booking at our tennis and pickleball courts, and we did tree planting in 3 of our parks as a result of a shade management plan. At the arena, we had a little over 1,300 hours of ice rentals, and about a quarter of that in addition to the ice rentals, about a quarter of that in hall rentals at the facility. And we did a number of improvements throughout the year at the facility as a whole. If we move on to the next slide, planning and development, we had shy of 40 planning applications received. We did a number of different capital projects in the department, and we continued to work on our affordable and sustainable housing community improvement plan, which we know is of great demand in this community. We launched our short-term rental licensing program. And from a building services perspective, another very busy year, and certainly continues to trend that way. 61 new dwelling units in the community, and we did 1,400 inspections, over 185 permits that were issued. If we move on to the next slide, roads, wastewater, and water, 5.6 kilometers of asphalt resurfaced, 2 kilometers treated with asphalt rejuvenization, and a little under 3.5 kilometers sidewalk removals and repairs. Some interesting numbers there. When we think about the sand applied, salt applied, and 118 weather events over the 2022-2023 winter season. We completed 4,500 work orders, roads, water, and wastewater. So those are really a broad spectrum of service requests that we receive, not only from the community, but also from our internal departments that pass those along. From a wastewater and water perspective, we treated 1.5 million cubic meters of wastewater, and we treated 1 million cubic meters of water and distributed that across our system in the community. And we did a little over 1,000 utility locates throughout the year, which is often crammed in the busy season or the construction season. So while it seems like a low number when you think about the construction season, that certainly ramps up heavily in the construction season. If we move on to the next slide, really, Your Worship, that in a nutshell is the presentation. As I said, I have the honor to sit here and deliver it, but it's really senior team and their respective teams that make this organization go round and round and deliver the services we do. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Emily Dermott Simpson, who's our new Corporate Services Executive Assistant with us this evening in the audience, who really was the facilitator and the coordinator of the presentation that you just saw. So thank you, Emily. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Elise. Hopefully everyone got a little glimmer of the great work that's done. I've said it many times. Our staff is second to none. I think every other municipality would compare to the quality and excellence we deliver. So thank you for that. Council, any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Elise. We appreciate that. I'm sure for the public's consumption that's available on the website, people will be able to look at that at their own time.
For sure, Your Worship.
Thank you so much. All right, Council, we're moving on to 11 is adoption of minutes not already confirmed. 11A, we have a motion that the following minutes of the council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. I have special counsel for February the 13th, 2024, council for February the 14th, 2024, and special counsel for February the 14th, 2024. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor DeRush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. 12 is our consent agenda. Before I call this, does any member wish to pull this for further comment or question? Seeing none. The consent agenda regarding the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. We have one regarding the municipal law enforcement officer bylaw authorizing the agreement with Waypoint Center for Mental Health. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder. Councillor Marchand, comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. 13 is matters for consideration. We have two. 13A is our site plan approval exemption for 45 Robler Drive, PL 2024-11, that the property municipally known as 45 Robler Drive be exempt from site plan control bylaw 2014-30 as amended to permit the development in accordance with attachment number 2 to PL 2024-11. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder. Councillor Vadabonker. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Second item is 13B. It's regarding the Elmville Groundwater Study Project Letter of Intent, ENG 2024-03. That council approve staff participation in the NSERC Elmville Groundwater Research Study, and that the letter of intent included with the staff report be approved and included with the NSERC grant application. A mover? Councillor Marchand, seconder. Councillor DeRush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Sorry for being a little slower. 14 is presentation consideration report for committee of the whole. I'm just going to explain this for everyone. I've said this before, but just so we know, when we're done council, we move into committee of the whole. So last month on February the 14th, at the end of our council, we moved into committee of the whole. I suspect some people are here for some of the committee of the whole report stuff. We're bringing it forward tonight where council ratifies decisions or pulls them out for further debate. So that's where we're at right now, is whatever we discussed the last committee of the whole comes forward tonight. And that's where council have a second opportunity to relook at those items. We have 4 separate sections. We'll pull them out separately. Okay, I'm going to start with transportation, and then we'll go to planning, and then we'll do recreation and finance. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Vadabonker for the recommendations contained within Planning and Development Services section, please.
Thank you, Worship. So I'm presenting the highlights from the Planning and Development Services section meeting on February 14th. Excuse me. Committee dealt with 3 consent agenda items: update on the implementation of the community improvement plan, report on the renewal of the animal control contract for the years 2024 to 2027, and the monthly activity report for the month of January from our municipal law enforcement department. We dealt with 2 items for consideration. The first item had to do with the proposed cell tower at 17 Point Street. Committee is recommending that council not provide concurrence for the telecommunication tower proposal at 17 Point Street by Shared Tower Inc., and that a copy of council's decision be provided to Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada. The second item is following a presentation that was made earlier in the evening dealing with housing community improvement plan. And the recommendation is that committee is recommending that council receive the draft affordable sustainable housing community improvement plan prepared by Tim Welch Consulting and NPG Planning Solutions, and that staff schedule a public meeting on the draft plan to receive input from the public. Your worship, there were no new items added to the referrals list, so the items that are there remain. Your worship, that concludes my report.
Councillor Vadabonker, thank you so much. I have a motion that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the Planning and Development Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Vadabonker. I'm going to look for a seconder. Councillor Marchand. Further comments or questions on the motion before us? Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, worship. Could we pull the recommendation dealing with 17 Point Street and consider that matter separately, please?
Happy to pull that item. Any other members wish to pull any other items? Seeing none. So we're going to call for a vote on the remaining items on the report that Councillor Vadabonker brought forward. We have a mover, we have a seconder. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Vadabonker, you wish to pull the one item. I'm going to turn it to you for discussion.
Thank you, worship. Committee of the Whole heard a lot of voices at our meeting in February dealing with the proposed cell tower at 17 Point Street. There was a vote taken. I'm not going to dispute that vote. That vote is coming forward today, and that's where it stands. My reason for pulling this is that it appears that SharePoint has resigned itself to the fact that the proposed location at 17 Point Street is not going to fly as a proposed location within our community, and they are going to look at other locations within the community to locate this cell tower. So from the standpoint in terms of giving them that opportunity, I believe I heard earlier that they've requested a deferral of this item so that they could have the opportunity to look at other sites within our community to install this infrastructure and then come back to council with an alternative. So from my perspective, your worship, I think it's commendable that SharePoint has listened to what was said by the community at the meeting in October, at the committee meeting in February, earlier this evening. They've heard loud and clear what the community thinks with respect to this tower being located at 17 Point Street, and they're prepared to look at an alternative location. So I, for one, feel that they should be given the opportunity to explore other locations. So I'd like to put forward a motion of deferral to give them the opportunity to look at alternative sites within our community for a cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. In reference to this item, just for clarity, you're looking to defer this matter back to staff report. Can you just add some clarity what the deferral looks like, just for council's understanding?
Thank you, your worship. I would propose a deferral. It's not a referral back to staff. It's a deferral to give SharePoint the opportunity to look at other locations other than 17 Point Street for the potential location of a cell tower. I don't know how long that process would take. You know, I'd like to say deferred till June, but I don't know if that's adequate or not. I would hope that it would be a shorter period of time than that, but obviously, you know, the process is the process, and I don't know how long that would take. So hopefully that adds some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. CO Lees and Madam Clerk, we heard the motion from Councillor Vadabunker regarding the deferral. I'll just let you think about that for a second, how we're going to articulate that, because usually we go to staff to come back. But the deferral from Councillor Vadabunker is until we hear back from the proponent. So I'll let you have a second to think about that. I'm going to look to council. Do we have a seconder on the motion on the floor? Councillor Vadabunker has put a motion forward to defer this item, to move this forward for discussion. We need a seconder. Do any members? It's second by Councillor Waters. So it's moved by Councillor Vadabunker. It's second by Councillor Waters. I'm going to turn it to CO Lees or Madam Clerk. Do we need any more clarity on the motion?
Your Worship, I don't believe we need clarity on the motion. I think the motion, the request to defer the item is clear. I think the motion itself was very specific to 17 Point Street. So I would just maybe seek a little bit of clarity on what the expectation is from council in terms of the deferral. Because the motion was very specific to 17 Point Street. Can I seek a little bit of clarity, Your Worship?
Yeah, for sure. I was just wondering what's that trigger point to bring it back to council, because usually we'd say to staff and you come back. So I'm going to turn it to Councillor Vadabunker. We do have a seconder on your motion, Councillor Vadabunker. From our CO, they're just wondering if there's any clarity that we want to look at from this deferral.
The only clarity I could offer, Your Worship, and my fellow members of council, is that the discussion is on alternative locations. We're not looking anymore at 17 Point Street. 17 Point Street, it's done. I recognize the wording is such that it does make reference to 17 Point Street, but I would envision that if SharePoint is successful in finding an alternative location, they would approach the municipality. There would have to be a process. Maybe this motion is amended to put forward the alternative location. If it is with council's will, I don't know how that might work. If they're unable to find another location and they abandon all efforts to find a location within the town of Penetanguishene, then this motion comes back and council deals with it as I think it would. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Hopefully that adds some clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. CO Lees or Madam Clerk. I'm wondering if just add the clarity, so then it does come back to council. We just say defer back to staff. It would be incumbent upon Shared Tower to reach out to our planning staff, whenever that is, to then get back onto the agenda. Would that fit your comment and question?
Thank you, Your Worship. The only thing in regards to that is that the motion is specifically addressing 17 Point Street. So if it's referred back to staff, then that address would still remain on the table. Deferring the item would be dead, wouldn't be able to come back, and Shared Tower would have to come back forward with other options for properties.
Okay. Council, we have a deferral motion before us. We have a mover and second. I'm going to ask for any questions from council, and then we're going to call for the vote. Comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to support that. To me, I think we need to deal with this item. We need to deal with it separately. And if Shared Tower or any other company wants to bring forth a different location with a different option, we look at that separately. But I would like to see this put to bed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeRush.
I agree with with the deputy mayor. I feel that on our agenda for the committee of the whole, we will be looking at a protocol for telecommunication protocol. And I feel that we need to get that in place. And should Shared Towers wish to reapply for another location, then they need to reinitiate the process at that time. Furthermore, it's a little bit frustrating to me that they come in at the last hour to then suggest a different location when we've been talking about this for months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Any other members? Councillor Mershaw.
I would echo the sentiments. I think the motion is clear with regards to 17 Point Street, and that's the issue we need to deal with. It's the issue we have been dealing with. It's an issue we need to finalize tonight. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Any other members of council, comments or questions on the deferral motion before us? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, just for clarity, the vote is a deferral motion to defer this, and that was it.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. The motion you've heard, council, we're going to call for the vote for the deferral. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And the opposition carries. That goes back to the initial motion as presented, right, Madam Clerk? Okay, Madam Clerk, can you help me with what that original motion was? Sorry.
The original motion reads as follows. That the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene does not provide concurrence for the telecommunication tower proposed at 17 Point Street by Share Tower Inc. And that a copy of the council's decision to provide to Industry Science and Economic Development Canada.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to look for a mover on this this motion before us. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor DeRush. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on is our Transportation Environmental Services section. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Marchand for your report, please.
Thank you, and I'm prepared this week. I was not at the last meeting. So Transportation Environmental Services, we had two items on the consent agenda. The first one was the Transit Committee minutes from September of 2023. Second item was the Transit Ridership Report for Q4. We had two matters for consideration. One was the amendment to the Traffic Parking Bylaw 2022-02, and the second was the drainage easement at 45 Edward Street for the Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center. No other items were added, and that was everything for our section.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. I have a recommendation contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the Transportation Environmental Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Marchand. Now look for a seconder. It's moved by, seconded by Councillor Roux. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to our third report regarding Recreation Community Services. I'm going to turn to you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you. Last month, the Recreation and Community Services received 4 new consent agenda items for consideration. There were reports regarding a fee waiver request, an age-friendly community plan, Penetanguishene Library Board minutes, and a well-being accessibility report. And in addition to that, we had 0 matters for consideration. I got that wrong. Yeah, 0 matters for consideration. First was the consented items. Second was the consideration. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. I have a motion that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the Recreation Community Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Our fourth one is our Finance and Corporate Service section. I'm going to ask for Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. The Finance and Corporate Services had 1 consent agenda item, and it was the Communications and Social Media Activity Report Semi-Annual Update. 1 matter was raised for consideration, and it was the Huronia Airport Commission 2024 financial request. It was recommended that the Commission's 2024 shortfall of $2,520 be funded by the town's asset management reserve. On behalf of the section, I ask that Council approve the recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor DeRush. We have a motion that recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to finance and corporate services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Drush, seconded by Councillor Marshall. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. Just a comment for everyone. This council updated our procedure bylaw in the fall. And we talked about the open forum at the start of tonight. You know, we want to hear from the public. And what you just heard was that process. People delegate to come to open forum. All the reports that our colleagues present tonight is what we did last time. And we're bringing it forward, I believe, in an open, transparent manner. And the public's been part of that. So thank you to you and thank you to council for the process. 15, motions of which notice has been previously been given. We do not have any. If any members of council have a notice of motion to present this evening? Seeing none, before I read the bylaws, do any members of council wish to pull any of the bylaws for further comment or discussion? Seeing none. The motion is that the council of the town of Penetanguishene introduce the following bylaws. Bylaw 2024-08 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement with Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care hereinafter Waypoint. Bylaw 2024-09, a bylaw to appoint staff at Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care, Penetanguishene as municipal law enforcement officers. Bylaw 2024-10 being a bylaw to establish an agreement with the Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center regarding 45 Edward Street for the provision of a drainage easement. Bylaw 2024-11 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-02, a bylaw regulating the traffic, parking, and use of highways for the corporation of the town of Penetanguishene. And that the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to be read a second and third time, and carried. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor DeRush. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. I've mentioned this before. The mayor and deputy mayor have the privilege of representing the community of the county of Simcoe. So every council meeting, the deputy mayor reports back about the work that we're doing at the county of Simcoe. Deputy mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. A nice one tonight. We, at our last county meeting, we had a very interesting report on the management of recycled materials. Back in 2012, the council of the day decided to look into building our own operations building and the removal and delivery of all of the recycled goods. When that number came back to us, it was quite startling. It's quite a large number. Since then, staff has gone back and relooked at their commitment on how they could do this and how they could process it. And they were able to deliver back to county council a 23-year contract through a private company to look after the recycled materials and the delivery and having them shipped externally out of the county. By doing that, they had a savings of over $150 million over the next 20 years. So, Your Worship, it's a very good thing. It looks like it's all coming together. County Council will probably ratify it sometime in the next couple of months, but that's the road we're heading down.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just to echo that, that was a unanimous vote from every municipality in Simcoe County. So it was a really good, and it was a good that staff took a second look at that. So it was great. And thank you for that update. Number 19 is announcements and inquiries. Do any members of council have any announcements or inquiries? Councillor DeRush.
I have one announcement, and it is regarding the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay is having its Creative Communities Culture Conference. The theme this year is More Than Entertainment, the Value of Arts and Culture. It is slated for April 19th from 9 to 4. It will be held at the Midland Cultural Center, which is, of course, a wonderful venue. Tickets are early bird $49, regular $59. That's after March 19th. I encourage everyone to check it out at the website for more information. There's some various topics that are certainly very interesting for everyone. If please check out the website and consider registering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grosh. Any other members, announcements or inquiries? Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that the SSEA is holding an open house on April 5th, and it'll be held at the Elmvale Community Center, Community Hall. There's also applications currently open for Environmental Ambassador and Stewardships Awards. Those close next week, and they can be found on the SSEA website. Please come out. They will have an open house all afternoon from 1 to 4 to learn about all the great work that the SSEA does for all of our communities and for the environment. And so consider becoming an environmental volunteer and steward as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. I'm going to look to Councillor Leroux or Councillor Vadabonker. Any announcements or inquiries for you? Councillor Vadabonker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship. Just one item. Recently, within the past week, the town of Huntsville and the city of Hamilton have experienced cyber attacks which have crippled the operations of those two municipalities. Our technology coordinator sent an email out to all of us, just reminding us of the importance of checking our emails, making sure that, you know, we're not being subject to a phishing attack or whatnot, because it's so easy to allow these perpetrators into our systems and to disable our computers. And it's not only organizations such as municipalities, but it's other organizations as well as including individuals. So I felt it's an important message to just repeat out there, Your Worship, just to advise people just to be careful. It seems that it's this time of year is the time that these criminals try to infiltrate municipal and personal computer systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Any members' final comments? My final one, which we said a little while ago, and I remiss to state, Councillor Vadabonker, I want to thank you for your leadership on the Police Service Board. You've committed and contributed quite efficiently, and I think you've added a tremendous amount of leadership. So thank you for your leadership. And just a reminder for everyone, if you want to participate in our Police Services Board, please go to any one of our municipalities for the application process. All right, we're moving on to number 20 is our confirmation bylaw. I have a motion that the confirmation bylaw 2024-12 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. Moved by Councillor Waters, second by Councillor DeRush. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. We're adjourning at 8:37 p.m. I'm going to ask council, we're going to do a photo with Sarah for It Starts, I believe up here. We'll reconvene in about 10 minutes for committee of the whole. Good evening, council. I'm going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order for Wednesday, March the 13th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. I have a motion for approval of the agenda that the committee of the whole agenda for March the 13th, 2024 be approved as presented. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? And that is carried. 3 is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members of council have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Councillor Drush. Sorry. Every time we get to me in the hall, we always trip up.
Yes, I have a declaration of pecuniary interest with Section D, Finance and Corporate Services, Item B2, Non-Resident User Fee Review. And it is a conflict given my employment as Director of Recreation for the Township of Tiny and my involvement in the matter in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drush. That's been documented, and at that time, we'll look to the Deputy Mayor to chair that section. Any other members have any declaration of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for that. If you present at the time, please let us know. Moving on is presentations and delegations. We have 3 tonight at Committee of the Whole. So we're going to start with our first one's a delegation from Tim Garrett from the Penetanguishene Midland Minor Ball Hockey Association regarding the non-resident fee user review. Tim, I'll invite you to the podium. You probably heard me earlier. We have 10 minutes for our delegation. Thank you so much for being here. You have it.
I'm going to actually condense what I sent to you anyway. So I'm here as a volunteer of 41 years with youth programs in this town. And I'm here to oppose the implementation of a user fee for youth programs in this community. As adults in this community, we have an obligation to provide guidance and an outlet for our youth, regardless of the geopolitical boundaries that exist. Using a term that has been coined from my Métis heritage, every child matters. With that in mind, we must find a resolution that sets aside the measures that will result in, sorry, I'm going to leave that comment out. As an executive of the Penetang Minor Ball Hockey Association, our primary objective is to the children of our organization. For over 30 years, Jamie and the executive members have worked to build self-esteem, community pride, and respect for peers and our membership through the sport of ball hockey. Believe me when I say we practice what we preach. Every child matters. We celebrate our victories when we see autistic and handicapped players playing in our league, and work diligently to help support them to realize their contribution to a team matters. There's no greater feeling than to see a team celebrate when a handicapped player makes a big save or scores a goal. The whole team and community that is ball hockey celebrates these victories. Furthermore, as an organization, we have developed an elite program that has won more than 30 open class provincial championships, 3 national championships, and have sent over 200 individuals to the World Championship, many of them representing Penetang at the highest level, making all-star teams, and a number of them being named tournament MVPs for their age groups. It's with great pride that our program has put Penetang, Midland, Tiny, and Tay at an elite level by working together. We are a regional program. We are not a Penetang program. We are not a Midland program. And without losing my train of thought here, if we split those 4 communities, Tay, Tiny, Midland, Penetang, we will not have leagues. There will not be enough in any one of the communities to support a full league as we do now. I'd like to ask that when addressing the issue that a comprehensive look at the fallout for imposing a user fee will have in the community. There's little doubt that there will be a significant reduction in the number of youth that will use the facility in Penetang because we have outpriced the ability for marginal families to afford sports that are currently in their financial scope to afford. Let's take the example of our ball hockey leagues. Child wanting to play would have to find the extra funds to pay user fees potentially both in Penetang and Midland. And currently our fees are $190, which could see them having to pay $590 to play the same sport. If the $200 suggested fee is implemented by both centers. With over 600 kids playing this league, there could be a potential reduction of over 50% of previous registrants deciding not to play. And to some degree, we saw that already this spring with our registration numbers until such time that we received assurances from the town of Midland and Penetang that there would be no increase in user fees this year. We had about 200 kids registered. I'm looking at Jamie for confirmation. And since he sent out a letter a week or so ago, we've seen our numbers double, which means that the players from Tiny and outside the municipality are starting to register. For the most part, youth programs are the principal tenants of any sports complex. And as our registration is presently in high gear, okay, we've already talked about that. The fallout from losing 50% of our registration fee would, as league operators, we'd potentially see a reduction of 50% of use of the Penetang Arena, which would compound the problem even more so. I mean, we don't pay a huge amount of money for the use of the facility. And when I get to talking about some of the suggestions for resolutions, that will come in play. One of the things that I don't know if council has explored yet, is that the people that come in from Tay, Tiny, Springwater, or Medonte will no longer be stopping at the Penetang businesses. They'll no longer be shopping at grocery stores, no longer at the local butcher shops while they're in town. I'm not sure council's looked at that as part of the fallout from this. We know that Tiny's withdrawing their funding. I placed a call today with the waiting for confirmation to have Jamie and I meet with the Tiny mayor to have discussions and make basically the same presentation. On Monday, we'll have a session with people from Midland and the user groups. Hopefully Mayor Gordon will be present. I've already written him to have the same discussion as I'm having with you. That for the regional plan, so that people can play, the kids can play, that we need to sit down and find a median ground that works for everybody. Okay, so some of the things I'd like to suggest is that we not use the user fees. And part of that is because as the administrators of a sports program, we're not tax collectors. We will not be collecting any user fees that are imposed. That will have to come from somebody in town, whether it's an administrative clerk at the front that has to collect the funds. But we will pay what we're expected to pay, but we won't collect the user fees. Currently, we pay $55 an hour, Jamie, approximately. We pay one of the lowest fees in the province for floor time rental, Penetang. And we know that. Jamie and I both sit on the executive of the OBHA. And we often, when we host provincial tournaments, we're paying upwards $90 to $100 an hour for floor time. Now, I'm not suggesting you raise the rates that much, but we are willing to, if it's properly implemented, help support the town to offset some of the costs that are currently they've lost. We have a contract with Sherry that we need to be notified of any rate increases by December 31st. And we'd be more than glad to sit down with whoever and negotiate reasonable rate increases to the point where we can help offset those costs. And I'm sure we're not the only users doing it. I'm sure the girls at North Simcoe and minor hockey would probably do the same thing. And when I speak about ball hockey being regional, the rumors are out there right now that Ellenville, Midland, and Penetang are sitting at the table for minor hockey programs, negotiating a unified approach to regional hockey. So we're going to have problems down the road somewhere. The one thing that I will be bringing forward to Mayor Gordon and Mayor Evans when we do have a discussion with them, and it's something for you to consider, is that we consider forming a regional recreational committee with Tay, Tiny, Midland, Penetang, get together and develop a regional plan that will allow us to look at how many facilities do we have to build? What kind of facilities do we need? And how can we support each other to build more facilities such as dryland auditoriums for soccer pitches, for lacrosse pitches, for winter baseball, all of those things. Jamie and I have been around to enough arenas over the last 30 years. If you ever are in Oshawa, you have to go see their facility where they have like 6 soccer fields indoors. It's incredible. And I'm not suggesting we need 6 soccer fields, but even having one would be a benefit and provide different venues for the youth of this region to play in. The other point I wanted to make pretty clear to everybody, I was a mental health worker for 37 years. Nurse manager, case coordinator. And I learned early in my career that I couldn't help change the direction for the people that were severely ill later in life. So I took my direction forward to helping youth build self-esteem, build some form of self-dignity, look at achieving realistic goals, experience what it is to be a champion in life. And if you have any questions about how successful we are, ask Jeff. He's one of our guys. Jeff has grown through our program. And don't get me wrong, Jeff would have done all he's done on his own. But he's been part of the experience. He knows what it's like. And Jeff has refereed at World Championships. Part of that came through sports. Stuff he probably wouldn't otherwise have even comprehended had he not played some of the sports he did. Anyways, I will not waste any more of your time. Any questions?
Tim, thank you so much. I know you and Jamie have done tremendous work over years and years and years, and it's all volunteer work. I know my kids have been part of it. I know many of our council members have been part of it. So thank you. And we know this is an important matter. And it's one that we're going to give a lot of discussion and thought towards. But thank you for all the work you guys have done. We're not. And I appreciate your comments about the campus approach. I know myself and the deputy mayor, we've talked with heads of councils and we started that conversation. We just hit a roadblock, but thank you. Council, any comments or questions for our presenter? Councilor Marcia.
I appreciate that you also mentioned that your program is very much a regional program. And so we're drawing on Oro and Elmvale, Springwater. I think those are important things to mention as well. Right now, we're talking about 2 facilities, kind of, you know, the surface in Midland and the surface in Penetanguishene, but this is a far-reaching group in terms of from a regional perspective. And I appreciate that you highlighted the reach that your program has and the regional aspect of it, because I think we lose sight of that sometimes.
We're not alone in that. The girls program is a regional program. Tawanshi baseball is a regional program that without the support of the Penetang and Midland players that go out there to play, we probably wouldn't have a league out there. And this has to be for the kids, period. Our grandparents pay their tax dollars so we would have a facility to play in. And it's our turn to cough up so they can play. And our grandchildren play.
Thank you, Tim. I'm going to look to Councillor Vadabunker and Councillor Roux. Any comments, questions? Councillor Vadabunker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Tim, for your presentation. Basketball is another regional program, and for those that you don't know, I'm the president of the Midland Basketball Association, and we offer a basketball program across the region similar to ball hockey. And, you know, Tim hit on a number of key points that are important to the debate and the discussion. And I'm looking forward to that conversation that we will be having later in the agenda. And broadly with our North Simcoe counterparts, because that conversation needs to be had for the reasons that Tim has outlined. They're so important for the youth of our area, the greater area, not only Penetanguishene. So thank you very much, Tim, for coming tonight and speaking to council.
Thank you, Councilor Vettebonker. Councilor Roux, anything for you? Any other members? Okay, thanks so much, Tim, for coming. Our next presentation is 4B presentation from the Severn Sound Environmental Association. Jonathan Main's with us tonight to talk about our climate change action plan. Welcome. You've probably heard the theme about our 10 minutes. We'll start the clock. The floor is yours. Welcome for being here tonight.
Hello, bonjour. Thank you for having me. For those who don't know me, my name is Jonathan Main. You call me John. I am the Sustainability and Climate Action Coordinator with Severn Sound Environmental Association. Greatly appreciate all the mentions and shout outs to the SSCA earlier in the meeting. Kelly, you're on slides tonight? Sarah's, all right. So I apologize. I'm a little slide heavy, so we're going to move quick. So Sarah, if we can. So just a quick overview. This is a special project, a Sustainable Severn Sound. Once was an original separate organization, but we are working on your Partners for Climate Change Climate Protection Program, PCP, and that's through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, and ICLEI for support. And this is a collaborative amongst 8 municipalities, and these are the 8 Severn Sound municipalities: Penetanguishene, Midland, Tiny Tay, Severn, Springwater, Orme-Medonte, and Township of Georgian Bay. Sarah, next slide, please. I was very pleased to see this is the sustainability plan is mounted on your wall from 2009. This is one of the origin of the sustainability project, and it was a collaborative project to look at economic, environmental, and social sustainability. And this project led to the creation of the climate change plans. And so next slide, please, Sarah. So to give you an idea of the milestones that we're working through on the PCP program, we calculated the greenhouse gas inventory by gathering community energy data and corporate energy data, so municipal energy data, and including fleet and your facilities. And then we set a target on what we're trying to reduce. We've developed a plan, and that was done in 2018, 2019. And we're on milestone 4, and we're trying to implement the plan. And this is one of the hardest phases. And then we're going to recalculate and see how we've done. And then as you can see, it's a circle to try to, after a 10-year process, you reassess and reevaluate and then begin anew again. So we're working through, and hopefully we're going to try to achieve milestone 4, which is on the next slide. So milestone 4 is implementation. And we're trying to integrate these ideas or operationalize them into any and every municipal plan. Shout out to CAO Jeff Lees and the 20-year corporate strategic plan. It mentions climate change. You almost can't have a plan anymore without a section on climate change. And we've been working great with Director Brian Murray and Director Andrea Betty on tapping into grants and assisting in any way that we can. And we have a little committee that meets regularly. The next slide. I love this slide because the project area, when you talk about SSCA, you often talk about watershed boundaries, which is complicated and confusing. We like to stick to municipal boundaries. So from Minising to MacTier, and all those little dots are municipal facilities that we're tracking the energy usage for electricity or natural gas, fuel oil, or propane. The next slide, please. So one really important takeaway, and I found this very important when I was a councillor sitting on this committee working with Tracy Roxborough, was mitigation and adaptation. And mitigation is basically decarbonization or electrification, trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And that's the main focus of the PCP program. But we also want to look at climate adaptation, and that's basically dealing with the reality of climate change, extreme weather, extreme wind, heat. And so we like to promote initiatives that have co-benefits. So say planting a tree provides mitigation, but it also provides adaptation, provides shade. And it's great work that you're doing, planting more trees in your parks. This next slide is very upsetting for some people. This is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's different scenario projections. So the graph, you can see there's different climate scenarios if we don't stop our greenhouse gas emissions and we keep adding and adding, there's potential that we could have a 5-degree average increase by the end of the century. And so you can see we need to try to decarbonize as fast and hard as we can to achieve the light blue or blue pathway, to achieve the Paris Accord, which you may have heard, to try to achieve that 1.5-degree increase by the end of the century. And we'll just quickly go through the next few slides. Again, this is a correlation that as CO2 rises in the atmosphere, so does the average temperature increase on the planet Earth. And planet A, as some people refer to it as there is no planet B. In the next slide, again, this is talking about how much we have to rapidly decarbonize. We're at 57 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And so again, as fast and hard as we can to try to decarbonize, to try to lessen the damage that climate change will cause. Now, the next slide is, now we're starting to look at locally and what the climate change plan found. And this is actually very illustrative. The town uses tremendous amounts of energy. We have a sewage treatment plant, you have lots of snow plows, you have a library, you have an arena, which is a very difficult building. You have to heat it and cool at the same time. But all of that energy is only 1%. So when you look at the community, 10,000 residents from commercial and industrial, that adds up to a very significant portion. And that's why things like your community improvement plan, looking at ways to reduce that in the community is very important. So Sarah, for the next slide. So again, what we've kind of found is half of your emissions are with transportation. We have a lot of vehicles, mostly gas-powered cars. We are looking at electric vehicles. And then the other portion is from your buildings. Penetanguishene has a great downtown, has a great commercial businesses. You also have a great little industrial park. So, and then of course, 10,000 residents. So you can see that makes up the other portion. And we also calculate the greenhouse gases associated with waste. To the corporate usage, again, significant portion is from the fleet, from your snowplows, from your trucks. And then the other portion is from your facilities and wastewater plants. And those are always on facilities. We got a great tour of the sewage treatment plant facility last year, SSEA, with Laura and Mark. And it was an amazing facility to see the upgrade and see all the moving pieces. It's an incredible facility, but it uses tremendous amounts of energy. And just quickly, we just want to show you, so your top 5, the next slide, please, Sarah. So your arena, your sewage treatment plant, town hall, and Payette, which supplies almost 90-some% of the town's water, almost entirely is from Payette. And then of course your library. So we calculate your electricity, we calculate the natural gas usage, and then we come up with your greenhouse gas emissions. Moving ahead, Mayor Rawson and Deputy Mayor LaRose, you may be familiar with the next slide, which is the Simcoe County Corporate Climate Action Plan. And this is a great document because it calculates the energy savings. So if you go to the next slide, and the low carbon pathway is cheaper than business as usual. And so it shows that investing in your facility, investing in your fleet pays for itself in the long run. So as you can see, they've estimated 130 million over 25 years by investing in all of the Simcoe County's buildings and fleet. Moving ahead to some more local great stuff, as we saw in CAO Lee's presentation, the town of Penetanguishene has done some great initiatives with pollinators, with naturalization projects, and also shout out to all the community gardening. That's been a huge initiative. Penetang has done great work with that. So thank you for that. And SSEA has been, it's been great to work with, and it's fun to plant flowers. There's something that's just fun to do that. It's wonderful. Moving ahead is the Green Municipal Fund. I had a meeting with Planner Taylor and Director Betty with the Green Municipal folks talking about the next steps for what fundings we can tap into. So this is one of the largest funds that funds environmental initiatives. So we're looking at that, working with your staff to try to tap into fund to extend your municipal budgets. And I was just talking with Director Murray, the town of Penetanguishene. We're working with you to identify partners and identify funding opportunities. And so there even was an announcement the other day from RTO7 looking at tourism sites. So if you know somebody who's looking for tourism, wants to put an EV charging at a tourism location like Discovery Harbor, there is funding available. And so we have 3 applications in for 3 locations for Penetanguishene. So we're hopefully waiting to see if those are successful. So shout out to Marie Richardson, your staff who was working on that. The next slide is another huge success story, the Midland Penetanguishene Transit System. And that route, I used to refer to it as the Rawson route when I was on the council committee. Councillor Rawson had a significant direction in helping to formulate the route. And this has been a huge success, and we've seen the numbers have grown. And also now it's enhanced by the Simcoe County's Link system, which is, we've heard from the county staff that it might have been the only transit system in the country to have grown over the pandemic. So this is a great opportunity. And again, as the expression goes, every transit trip starts and ends with a walk. So the more you can make your community walkable, that also then helps your transit friendliness so people can get to bus stops while they wait for the bus. And as I'm running a little bit out of time here, the next slide is on cycling. Cycling, as we know, is huge in our region, and it's not just on the trails. As you can see, the Simcoe County forests stick out like a sore thumb, but also cyclists are on the road. And so that's why it's very important. We keep looking at cycling infrastructure, and you keep doing awesome stuff like Director Desjardins is doing with Bike Month and bike initiatives. That's amazing. That's a great initiative as well. And just to wrap up, the final slide is last year we were successful with some grants. We've been applying to Huronia Community Foundation to do Restore the Shore. We got funding from Commonwealth Leaf, which is an insurance company, to do outreach education with pollinators in the schools. And of course, the Great Lakes Local Action Fund, which Emma Maurice was here a few months ago talking about the pollinator project. And Enbridge, we got secured $10,000 to go towards your 2023 climate change initiative, which almost covered the entirety of that program cost. So that was a very fortunate to luck into that. And with that, as I know I'm a little bit over time, I just want to say thank you for your continued support. And I'd love to take any questions. Thank you.
John, thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm going to look to council for any comments or questions. I think Councillor Vedabunker, you had your hand up first. Nope. Okay. Any members? Councillor Marchand.
They're staring at me. Thank you so much for presenting this evening and talking about the plan and the great work that's being done. It's certainly, as a member of council that sits as our SSCA representative, I'm certainly proud of all the work that the group continues to do, and happy to see the action plan is moving along. As you mentioned tonight, we're in the phase 4, which is the bigger piece of that. And I know that staff is open in terms of working on that plan and getting things implemented. So thank you for all the work that you do and for sharing how far we've come so far.
Yeah, and that's a great reminder that this is your plan. And so we're trying to advance it as fast, and staff have been absolutely delightful to work with. And so we've been having some great meetings with them and trying to capture all the great initiatives that are going on in the town. So it didn't look as slick as CAO Lee's presentation, but I hope it was well received. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. We appreciate you being here tonight. Moving on, 4C is a presentation regarding the Huronia Community Foundation, Kate Root, regarding the housing proposal. Kate, welcome. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you very much to Deputy Mayor and Council for giving us this opportunity to talk about this very important project. I speak with you tonight as the chair of the newly reformed North Simcoe chapter of Habitat for Humanity. We are working hard to make this a Habitat for Humanity project. There are lots of pieces that have to fall into place before that can happen. But our team is determined, and we know that all forms of housing are needed. And our unique approach should be one that one of many approaches to provide adequate housing to our communities. Next slide, Sarah. Thank you. So we started on this journey after the launch of the Vital Signs report last March. Through the work of that report, we did many surveys and focus groups. We talked with businesses who told us that they were really challenged to find employees. And part of the reason they thought that there was not affordable housing available. And you received some of those letters of support from those businesses. There are many more. We didn't have a lot of time to reach out. We also talked with healthcare providers, and asked them if there was one thing that you could do to improve the health of our community, what would it be? And the first thing they mentioned was affordable housing. We did a broad survey of residents across our North Simcoe area and asked them, what is the most important issue facing North Simcoe? And affordable housing was the primary concern that was raised by the residents of your community. We heard from the housing assessment that was recently released in October by the county that the average rent for an apartment in North Simcoe is approaching over $1,800 a month. And that the amount of income that was needed to support that kind of rent was $74,000 a year. Basic living wage, if you were receiving a living wage, that would come in just over $47,000, a difference from the $74,000. We know from Stats Canada and their recent census that the median annual income for North Simcoe is $38,500, a very far stretch from that $74,000 to actually have an apartment in our area. Our youth are losing hope of ever being able to live independently away from their parents, of ever being able to own their own home. We need to support them, and youth are becoming, some are becoming disenfranchised. And so I'll get it later. So next slide, please. It costs approximately $1 million per unit to build high-rise apartments. We know from the recent amalgamation that the county is doing to move some of their affordable housing into a single high-rise, 215 units, $217 million for that build in Barrie. Our focus for this project is to provide housing for low-wage earners, people who want to work and live in North Simcoe. We hear that the housing availability nationally is less than 2%. And when it's less than 3%, then you're really challenged. We need every and all approaches to solve the housing crisis. Space is often a constraint, especially to try and put high-rise apartments in local neighborhoods. We need to change how we think about housing in their neighborhood. We need people to think about how to change housing in their neighborhood. Affordable housing needs to go somewhere and everywhere. So we're not talking about trailers, we're talking about modular prefab units. Next slide, please. We believe this project will be a blueprint to create and replicate small units in many different neighborhoods. And it can be a way that businesses can start to provide housing for their employees. It can provide housing for vulnerable populations. And it's the first step, perhaps, to home ownership. It can be a model for those who want to perhaps add a secondary suite to their residential property. They can come and see what these look like and perhaps be given an idea. Some people don't know how to proceed with that. We want to repurpose residential lots with multiple homes and then make them more efficient, make more efficient use of municipal infrastructure, and it can revitalize older, less populated neighborhoods. It's a way to add housing for employees wanting to work in North Simcoe, pay taxes in North Simcoe, and spend their salaries in North Simcoe. Next slide, please. So our vision is to build approximately 5 to 7 tiny homes on a residential lot, and these are rental units. Prefabricated construction with efficient heat pump technology, meeting all Ontario Building Code standards. They would be less than 400 square feet, 1-bedroom, accessible units. Housing for lower wage earners. Habitat for Humanity shares our vision, and they're working hard with us to make this a Habitat for Humanity project. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you. This is just one example of what one of these mini homes might be. This is a 360 square foot tiny home. Next slide, please. This is a sample configuration. It can be changed depending on the location and dimension of the properties. Next slide. Another example, not as much parking may be needed because these homes live in neighborhoods close to transit, live in urban areas. Next slide. This configuration was made to fit one of the properties that we were aware. Oh, we're on to the next one, sorry. This is a sample layout, can be changed depending on the configuration of the property again, but it shows you that within 360 square feet, it's quite an ample living area. Slide. Thank you. So this is just bringing a number of units together in a different configuration. You put a single roof on these and it might look like a bungalow with a 3-car garage fitting into any neighborhood. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our revised budget, as we've added a cost for living increase, but we still have many options to explore, but being able to add taxpayers to our community by giving them a place to live will increase the economic viability of our region and increase the quality of life for all. Slide. So how we continue. We know there are many items that need to be addressed. Governance, project management, building maintenance, potential tenant vetting, rent collection, grounds and landscaping. Habitat for Humanity has experience in all of these, and they also support residents as they move into rental units. Penetang has successfully supported housing through Habitat for Humanity with land donation in the past. So this is our ask. Leadership, certainly. We would like a letter of intent to donate permit-ready property to Habitat for Humanity. We'll need assistance and support with development charge, zoning, bylaw solutions, support to expedite traditional planning challenges. We know that this is a big ask. We know this is difficult, but this is one of the steps that we can do towards creating more housing quickly. This is our wish list. If we can successfully integrate multiple units into a residential neighborhood, then folks can see how needed housing can be increased quickly, complement what is already in place. This first pilot is key. We can't do it without the support of a municipality. We understand that this is not an easy ask and creates challenges, but there is urgency. We are already late. Businesses and manufacturing are crying for employees. People are living on the edge. Solutions are needed now. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate your leadership. I know I've had the opportunity to have a couple of calls with you and Gordon McKay about this topic, so I appreciate your passion and your drive and your leadership on this topic. I'm going to turn to council. Any comments or questions for our presenter this evening on this topic? Councillor Waters.
If you were to be given your ask, what time frame would we expect a tenant to be able to move in?
So the process for Habitat for Humanity to make this a habitat project is, first of all, they need the intent to donate. Then based on that location, a number of things happen. Our team has to raise that money. And so 75% essentially of that money has to be raised, and then it goes to the Habitat Board for approval. We are looking very optimistically, 2025, we're going to raise that money this year is our hope.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, you good with that? Any other comments or questions for any members of council? I'll go to you second. So I'm see if online, Councillor Vedabunker. Councillor LaRue, do you want to have any questions? Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Marshall first, then you, Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and the design is certainly inspiring, and it's a good use of space, and tiny homes and smaller living space seems to be a little bit more realistic in terms of kind of some of the things we're facing. My question is, have you approached other municipalities? Is there a particular location that you have in mind, or is this just the first step in getting this process started and the conversation going?
We certainly have spoken with each municipality. We know it's a difficult ask. And so, you know, it's how each municipality can see that. We certainly are looking for an urban area to start with that has services. You know, then it's, you know, how we can work together. We want to make this happen in 2025. We don't want to wait 10 years. We are already behind. Housing is needed now. So it's how we can make that happen in the most efficient, effective way.
Thank you so much. Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Catherine, for your presentation. It's good to see you continue to be active in the community. Question with respect to the form of development. On the slide there, you showed these ground-oriented units. Have there been any discussion going vertical, like a three-story walk-up apartment type structure to achieve the same intent on a property? I'm just curious why or how you arrived at this particular form of development.
Yes, we actually saw something that Northern Shield had created on Essa Road, part of the Redwood project there, where they stacked 6 units, making a 3-story walk-up. There's lots of configurations. We wanted something that the neighborhood would feel very comfortable having next to them. And that certainly is part of it. As a pilot, you need to make sure that it's accepted by the neighborhood, and then it perhaps can be duplicated elsewhere.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Vedabunker?
Yeah, thank you for that. And, you know, what you're talking about falls in line with what the province is advocating in terms of, you know, more intensification within residential areas, allowing second suites as a matter of right, et cetera, et cetera. There's a number of initiatives underway, and it's still a challenge. And you rightly pointed out, it is a challenge, and I commend you for leading the way in terms of trying to address this challenge. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds. Thank you.
I hope for your support.
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, did you have any comments or questions? No, okay. Any other members? Okay, thank you again for your presentation. There is nothing on our agenda tonight for the ask. We'll see if a member of council wants to bring it forward through our referral mechanism. If no member of council will, I'll bring it forward through our referrals. Staff will come back with a report and we'll go through the normal process. So just set the stage. Tonight there won't be any commitments, but that's our process that we follow. Thank you again. Okay, council, we're going to move on. Next item is number 5, our council information package. Do any members have anything on the council information on a package you want to pull for further comment or discussion? Councillor Vedabunker.
I don't know, just a comment on, if I can find it here, on the February 21st information package. It was nice to see the announcement of the grant for trails within the town of Penetanguishene. I believe it's for $21,000, if I recall correctly. Very nice, nice to see. So that was on that particular information package, Your Worship. I did have a comment on the other one. I'll pause at this time, and maybe somebody else wants to raise something.
Go ahead, Councillor Vedabunker. Continue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to operate 2 screens here, and I needed that pause to find the other point. the information package on March 6th contained a letter from the Minister of, and I'm just trying to call it up here. I was going to say Solicitor General, but I'm not 100% sure. And it was in response, I believe, to a letter that you had said, and maybe I'll ask that be pulled. I think it's probably worthy of more of a discussion than just a comment. So that one, Your Worship, I'll ask to be pulled. Thank you.
Okay, will do. We'll pull that one for discussion. Any other members of council, any comments or questions on the council information package? I'll just make one. We don't need to pull it for further, but I just want to recognize Councillor Marchand for your accreditation at Shigamik and the excellence in the healthcare. So just a round of applause to you and the work that you and your team are doing at Shigamik. So what we'll the candies. So what we'll do is we'll vote on the CAP as they are, and then we'll discuss that Solicitor General letter, and then we'll do that one separately. So it's recommended the council information package have been given due consideration, be received for information. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder, Councillor DeRush. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And opposed? That is carried. And we're pulling the item from CIP for March the 6th. And it's regarding the Solicitor General letter dated February the 20th. I'll turn it to you, Councillor Vadebunker, for your opening comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. So basically, the response that we've got from the Solicitor General is that the town should not be expecting any relief for the policing costs connected with the Central North Correctional Center. That's really unfortunate. Certainly, that was something I know that you have been championing, and before yourself, Councillor Roux, in his role as mayor, spent a lot of time trying to address leading council in terms of many letters and whatnot. So seeing this response was very disappointing. I think everything that we've tried to communicate in terms of Penetanguishene's unique situation has kind of fallen on deaf ears, if I can put it that way. We've kind of been lumped in with every other municipality that has a correctional facility, which is really unfortunate. $2 million to a small municipality is a significant expense. It's a significant expense for any municipality, but particularly for one the size of Penetanguishene, and certainly that's not being recognized, and it's really disappointing. And I just wanted to highlight that comment, that I'm really disappointed to read this letter. It's somewhat, it seems like it's more of a final statement on this, and despite all the hard work of everybody that I've mentioned, this is what we've come to. Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadebunker. I would agree with you. This is disrespectful to our community. I think it's very disappointing where we're at. Council recalls we did have a move forward plan that we talked about a little while ago. And just to remind everyone, a council meeting a couple meetings ago, we talked about our next steps and how we're going to proceed. I drafted a letter and I reviewed it with a couple of members, talk about what we're going to do. We received this before we sent our letter. So this is in response to last summer when the Solicitor General committed to be in our community by last June, and they did not show up, nor did they respond to us. We followed up at the end of summer saying, please come. And this is when we're getting a response months later. So just to highlight, we haven't sent our letter. This arrived just before we'd done this. So this was about 6 months, 7 months after they committed they'd be here. So I agree with you, Councillor Vadebunker. It's totally disrespectful. And I think we need to be loud and proud now and really start to echo the real concerns they have. Tonight we had a presentation about housing, but here in one circumstances, increased cost our community with policing costs where we're not being respectfully treated by the province, and they've reneged on the contract that they've maintained with us for years. So thank you for pulling that. I don't know if any other members have any further comments, but we're going to continue the work we've done. The CEO and I've had several conversations about what our next steps will be in conjunction to what we've talked about. And there's more to come. We're not going to be lying down being silent on this. We're going to ramp up the noise, and we're going to be looking to the community to help support us with this, because the Premier And the members of provincial parliament need to be aware of how this has effect on our community, and we're not going to accept it. Any other members? Thank you so much. I'm going to look then to move that one and close that in our CAP. I'm going to ask that Councillor Vedabonker move that, and I'm going to look to the Deputy Mayor to second that. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? In a bit. And opposed? And that is carried. We're going to move on to number 6, which is our section A, Transportation Environmental Services section. I'm going to turn it to the chair, Councillor Marshaw.
Thank you. So on the consent agenda this evening, the following consent agenda. The recommendation is that the following consent agenda items have been given due consideration be received for information. The first one is the Drinking Water Quality Management System meeting minutes from December 18th, 2023. And the second item is the Drinking Water Quality Management System meeting or audit for 2023 report. Can I get someone to move that? Deputy LaRose, second. Councillor Drush, any questions or comments with regards to the two consent agenda items? I got to remember to look up there. Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, those are carried. Next, we're moving on to matters for consideration. I got to quit talking so close, right? So the first matter for consideration is the Housing Enabling Water System Fund, Engineering 2024-02. The recommendation is that the HEWSF application for funding for the Robert Street Wells project be submitted to the provincial government for potential project funding. Can I get a mover? Councillor Drush, seconder. Oh, Councillor Leroux, thank you. Quickly, just in terms of the report, so we did have a presentation with regards to our water system, and this application has a tight deadline of April 19th, so that's why it's being brought forward to council this evening for consideration. It is an opportunity for the town of Penetanguishene to apply for funding for the Robert Street Well project, which we had a presentation on. This is a provincial opportunity for funding, and this, if successful, we could see up to a 73% fund grant towards our project. Any questions with regards to the report? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is traffic control trial and traffic control and calming policy, engineering 2024-04. It's recommended that council direct staff to bring forward a memorandum of understanding with the town of Newmarket for the provision of automated speed enforcement services within the town of Penetanguishene for consideration, and that the following road sections be designated as community safety zones within the road network: Robert Street West from Owen Street to LaFontaine Road, Fox Street from Church Street to Broad Street, Church Street from Fox Street to Navy Lane, and that staffing bring forward an amendment to the traffic parking bylaw for council approval. Can I get a mover for this? Mayor Mayor Rawson, seconder. Oh my God, Councillor Leroux. Any questions or comments with regards to the report? Mayor?
Thank you. This came up in the fall, and I made mention that I was less motivated on the report, and I asked that we defer this back, and this is a grand slam. I think this is really well done. I think it really takes into consideration the concerns we've raised, the areas, the public sentiment about public safety, costs, implementation. So my hat's off to you, Brian. I think it's tremendous, and I just want to say tremendous work, and thank you. And I'm obviously going to fully support this because it hits everything I was hoping we would do, and thank you.
Any other members of council have questions or comments? Councillor Vedabonker?
Thank you. I just wanted to understand the project and where we go from here. If council were to support this, is it put in place on a permanent basis? Excuse me, is it trial? If it's successful after a year, do we look to expand to other parts of town? I just want to understand it a little bit further. Thank you.
Absolutely. I can take a first stab at it, but I'm happy to also give it to our director, Murray, as well. You'll have seen in the report that this is a system that the town of Newmarket already has in place. They've done all of the legwork to be able to have the speed enforcement. It's really quite an extensive process in applying through, provincial means in terms of how these cameras are installed. It would be looking, and the recommendation is we would have one camera as a trial, and it's needs to be clarified that we are looking for the community safety zone rezoning for 3 different streets, because this is the only areas within your municipalities that you can do this speed enforcement. I know Brian will correct me if I'm wrong, but I listen really well. So, and this is an opportunity, and one of the recommendations is that we would use one camera for the year to trial it to see how the measures, how it's being effective in our community, and whether we want to look at it further. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Vadamancourt. That was a great summary. And I would add just the recommendation is to bring forward a memorandum of understanding, which would be the first initial step, which provides the framework for a potential future agreement with the town of Newmarket to provide these services. And to Councillor Vadabancourt's point, it would outline the duration of the agreement, the number of years, the number of camera installation locations, and that would all be brought forward for future council consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I add my comments now? Is there any other comments from council? I don't know that this is a grand slam. I feel that we are going from 0 to 100 in terms of how we're approaching speeding in the community. The initial report was to look at where the problem areas were, to look at our local enforcement, and to address certainly the ongoing concerns with speed in certain areas within our community. Understand it still continues to be a factor. I just feel that this is a very aggressive measure in terms of going to address how we're going to look at speeding in our community. I think it's there is a need absolutely to have it addressed, and as Director Murray pointed out, the MOU would absolutely outline what kind of length of agreement this would be and how we would approach it. The report also shares on page 88 just kind of what some of those, wrong page. Page 91, just around, page 93, about some of the samples in terms of how you set the speeding requirements in terms of ticketing and whatnot. The administration would all be done through the town of Newmarket. I also do worried about kind of some of the burden that it may place on staff eventually at some point. But we also have bylaws that we're not a proactive bylaw enforcement municipality either, but yet all of a sudden we're charging people for speeding. So I don't know that I'm can support this. I was hoping we could find maybe something more of a medium ground in terms of what this looks like for addressing speed. I just think coming in and putting cameras and starting to charge residents who are speeding, will they learn their lesson? I don't know if this is the place, but again, I just feel that from one report, we went from 0 to 100 in terms of how we're going to address this issue. So just some of my comments and thoughts. Any other comments from council before we vote? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Referral items for upcoming agenda for staff. Referrals that the Transportation and Environmental Services section endorse the following additional and existing referral to upcoming agenda and staff. So future items. We have the traffic calming measures on roads with sidewalks at priority streets with no sidewalks. Would this take care of that, Brian? Yep, it would. So Okay, not till council, so we'll stay then. This could come off after next meeting. The second item, natural sciences review, that's for the second quarter with the Engineering and Research Council partners. Any addition from any other members of council? We did that one in council, so that one can be removed. Okay. Anything to be added? Okay, seeing none. Can I get a motion to move that? I needed to move it right now. Mayor Rawson, second. Councillor Durush, all those in favor? Okay. Motion carried. Last section, question period from the public, media or public with regards to this section. Yes, go ahead. If you could just say your name at the podium.
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Nadine Lalonde, je viens de Penetang. Just a few things that came up. The first thing was with the presentation with Habitat for Humanity. I was wondering if council would consider sending somebody to the Tiny Home Show in Ancaster, Ontario in July to get a lot more information. I do believe they have a day that is dedicated, at least they did last year, to municipal organizations in order to raise awareness and give data and information to municipal decision makers to give them more of a base in order to make these decisions. So if you would consider that, that's one of the questions I had for that one.
The CEO will take that and take it up with his staff.
Okay, thank you. The second is about the North Simcoe policing and the CNCC issues. I know that the organization hasn't been completely set up yet because it doesn't start until April 1st, but can Penetanguishene be proactive with their prospective nominee for that committee to bring it up as a regional issue that we can support each other in our small community in North Simcoe to lobby as a group?
I'll take that if I can. So the governance structure referring to the policing program is, instead of having a Midland Police Service Board, Penetanguishene Police Service, we're amalgamating to have one police service board. It doesn't have anything really to do with our contract with the province and our policing costs with the province. That's this council's responsibility. So those are two separate and distinct issues, but our CEO will be happy to talk more with you about that.
Yeah, I was thinking as a committee, if they could write a letter of support or something like that.
Yeah, and that's
Just
something the new board can look at, but yeah.
And on the transportation aspect and the cameras, I'm not sure if you were aware that Innisfil recently had some problems with their camera, that somebody actually chopped it down. So when you're looking at making the decision eventually when council deals with the decision, whether you can look at vandalism and all of that kind of stuff that needs to be, because people might get a little angry that we went from 0 to 100. So just take that into consideration and maybe look at what Innisfil has had to do in order to protect their assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. And that is certainly something that Director Murray and I also spoke about. And that is something that is considered with regards to these cameras. Thank you, though. Yep. Thank you. That's it for my section.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Moving on to section B, Recreation Community Services section. Turn it over to Councillor Waters.
Thank you. Recreation Community Services. So tonight we have 3 items on our consent agenda. The 3 being really just matters for information. First is the Museum and Heritage Advisory Committee meeting minutes from November 9th, 2023. Second is the Penetanguishene Public Library minutes from January 29th, 2024. And the third is a memo from the Director of Recreation and Community Services regarding a recreation master plan. Does anybody wish to pull any of those items? If not, then I guess we'll ask that be made as a motion. And we need a seconder. And with Councillor Marshall. And we'll go for a vote. All in favor? And that passes. And for our matters of consideration tonight, we have none. And for our referrals, we still have one item that's on the on the list, and that is about options for an accessibility mat at municipal beaches with the option to provide costs and the cost for providing an accessible mat at the municipal beaches. And could we have a mover for that? And a seconder? And I guess we have a vote. Oh. Our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Benita. All in favor? And that passes. And the last thing would just be questions from the media and public. And we'll pass it back to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters. Moving on, Section C is our Planning and Community Development Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under 8A, we have a recommended action that the following consent agenda items have been given due consideration and be received for information. We have two of them, the Committee of Adjustment meetings from June 26, 2023, and a memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer Monthly Activity Report, February 2024. Does anybody want any of these pulled? Seeing none, I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Drush. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving down to 8B, matters for consideration. The first one is Alternative Planning Notice PL 2024-10, and the recommended action is that the Alternative Planning Notice attachment number 1 to PL 2024-10 be approved as presented. Do we have a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by Councillor Drush, seconded by Councillor Vadeboincourt. We'll open that up with anybody having any questions, or did we want to hear from Owen about this? What's council's desire? Everybody is fine with it. We will then call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving down to item number 2. We have a proposed pilot program, all-terrain vehicles on municipal roads, BL-2024-01. And the recommended action is that council endorses the draft all-terrain vehicles bylaw, attachment number 1 to BL 2024-01 in accordance with the recommendations provided herein for release for public comment. I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Waters, and seconded by the mayor. And we are open to what does council want to do? Are we okay with this, or do we want to hear anything more about it? Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Tonight we talked about putting in cameras for speeding on the roads, and now we are going to look at having ATVs on our roads. So I sit as the member of council for our Trails Committee, and we did have bylaw come in and provide a presentation, very extensive presentation in terms of what it would mean to have ATVs on our within our community. And I think there's a couple things that really stood out is certainly the members of the Trails Committee did not support in any way that this was going to be something that was going to be brought forward. There was lots of concerns voiced around the table. I think we have a member of the health unit that sits on that committee as well, and there's a report that also talks about the amount of injuries with these vehicles. We're talking about traffic measures for pedestrians who walk on our roads that don't have sidewalks, and yet we're now allowing for ATVs to be on the side of the road. I'm a runner and I get pushed off the road on a regular basis, and I wear lots of bright stuff, and I don't really want to be pushed off either by an ATV that might be coming down the side of the road. I think a few other things, the Police Services Board, in terms of the reach out that was done, we're clear that they're not huge supporters of this proposed bylaw as well, or allowing this to be brought forward. And I think the other piece too is there's no trail system within our areas that allow for ATV. So it really will just be kind of bombing around town because the local trails don't permit ATV usages. So there's not a lot of connectivity. I don't know where we're connecting anybody to, whereas our trail systems connect bikers and walkers and runners in different capacities across, whereas ATVs, can't connect in other trail systems as per the report. So I'm not going to support this particular motion that's being brought forward. Although I do appreciate that we are going out for public consultation. I'm not going to look to support that this is something that we look at doing at this time.
Thank you. Is there any other members of council? Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. I am going to support this. I think it's very good. Just for clarification from Councillor Marchand's comments, the Police Service Board did not have any opposition. I sit on there with Councillor Veta-Boncoeur. There was no opposition. There was conversations and there was considerations and thoughts, but there was no opposing view. And actually, the bylaw officer was present at both Police Service Board meetings. And our bylaw actually replicates the Highway Traffic Act. I look at this as not much different than snowmobiles. We have snowmobiles in our community. And if we look at anywhere in this community, we look at and talk about economic opportunities and drivers and building business and the like. This is another opportunity for our community. Nowhere in here are we advocating, suggesting that ATV users come to the community and do 100 kilometers an hour down the streets. That's not what it is. What we did talk about Police Service Board was how do we monitor speed? How do we talk about safe practices? One of the recommendations that the director brought forward, why this is going to be a potential September launch, was there needs to be a lot of public education. The chair of our Police Service Board did mention during our Police Service Board that this is happening today. The ATV use is happening on our roads today, and this is going to provide more guidance, more control, and more support. And I'll say from the OPP's perspective, they didn't raise red flags. They raised that there's tools available, but there's also things we need to measure. Councillor Marchand is right about injuries and the like. But we need to start somewhere. We need to start by measuring and coming up with a program that's appropriate to that. After this council debated this a year ago, the provincial Association for Off-Road and ATV Use reached out to us and talked about the positive things that come about this and trail network and the like. And I think we did all that positive work with snowmobiles, and we're not here today saying we shouldn't have snowmobiles. We encourage that and we bring them to the community. This is no different. I would say if there's fear and concern, let's invite the association to come and do a presentation. But I know the director and the CEO did have their contact. They did reach out as they're bringing this forward. So I think this is responsible. I think it's appropriate. I think it gives us time to measure and to look at the opportunities. And I will fully support it. I think it's great.
Thank you, Mayor Rawson. Is there any other councillors? Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. I will not be supporting this item. I know that we had a few people come forward to talk about ATV in the town, but I failed to remember that we had an outcry that this had to happen because there was a big desire to have use of ATVs in the town. I've dealt with ATV Federation locally, and generally they like to be in rough territory where they can muck up and they can really bring their machines alive. Riding along roads in the town of Penetanguishene to go to grab a burger, maybe they should be walking. Maybe we should be trying to encourage folks to make it more of a walkable community rather than a motorized town. Secondly, I know we do have snowmobiles in the town, but they don't ride our roads. They ride our trails, and they have very designated areas where they can access various routes. So to me, that's a little bit different. So I just don't see the benefits to the town. I don't know, again, I don't know that I've seen many ATVs or heard of many folks who really need to access our roads. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Councillor Leroux.
Mr. Chair, could we hear the motion that is being presented before I make a further comment? I would like to hear the motion that's being recommended.
Yeah, proposed pilot, all terrain vehicles on municipal roads BL 2024-01. The recommended action is that council endorse the draft all terrain vehicles bylaw, attachment number 1 to BL 2024-01 in accordance with the recommendations provided herein for release for public comment. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, then do I understand it that there would be public input on this matter before it would come back to council for any ratification or decision? At section, I did point out that I'm not totally opposed, but I'm not also in favor. And the one thing that I did indicate was that I would want to see public input before I would want to make a decision on this.
It is your section, and that's why it's probably there. Councillor Bradamon-Court, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Interim Chair LaRose, and I appreciate you stepping in as chairing this portion of the Committee of the Whole meeting, as Councillor LaRue and I are both out of the country. So thank you very much for doing that this evening. I will be supporting this. I think it just moves along in terms of our process to get public input. I think it's important to get that public input. I also think if it does become a positive thing in the sense that we are going to be moving forward as a pilot, it is a pilot, and it's there to test it to see if it can be successful in our community and under what circumstances. So I will be supporting it to move it to the next stage, which is the public consultation stage with the draft bylaw, gather the input, and then it'll come back to council and we can consider it again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Seeing none, it's already moved and seconded. We will call for the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is carried. Thank you. Moving down to number 3, we have an amendment to bylaw number 2023-36, open air burning bylaw 2024-02. And our recommended action is that section 1.22 of bylaw 2023-36 be amended by deleting the word fire from the section 1.22 definitions, and that the bylaw amending the open air bylaw, being a bylaw 2023-36, be presented to council for approval. Can I get a mover and a seconder to get it on? Moved by Councillor DeRush, seconded by Councillor Waters. Does anybody have any comments or questions to make? Councillor Marshall.
My question is whether just our fire chief also had an opportunity to review the bylaws, if there's any concerns. I know it seemed like it's just more of a legal matter, but just was there any consideration or any review by the fire chief?
Sounds like it was a housekeeping, but since he's right here, ripe and ready to go, we will ask our fire chief, are you okay with this?
Through you, our Mr. Chair, to the councillor, yes, I did review it. It is a legal request that was made to remove the language. I have no concerns with it.
Seeing that, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving down to number, what are we at? 4. Amendment to environmentally inspired mowing policy for no mow May bylaw enforcement, PL 2024-13. The recommended action is that the policy RCS-01-2024 being environmentally inspired mowing policy be amended to enable private property owners to grow their grass above the maximum 20.3 centimeters or 8 inches in height for the month of May only to participate in No Mow May, be approved as per staff report PL 2024-13. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor DeRush, seconded by Councillor Waters. Do we have any problems with that, folks? Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Down to number 5, we have a protocol to establish telecommunication facility PL 2024-04. And the recommended action that the council invite Canadian Radio Communications Information and Notice Services, the CRINS, to a future council meeting to make a presentation and share information on their service for satisfying Industry Canada's requirement for consultation with the Land Use Planning Authority for telecommunications systems. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this? Moved by Mayor Rawson, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Vadaboncourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have, I will be supporting the recommendation, but I do have concerns with respect to the protocol as it's written. I see it combining two distinct aspects of this subject matter. The first being the notice policy, and the second being the land use policy. I think they should be separate. I think they should be considered separately by council, and I do not support them being combined as one. And my final point, it goes a little bit beyond of what I believe His Worship was asking when he made this matter a referral. So I will be supporting the recommendation, but with the policy as drafted, I will have some challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving down to number C. One, we have referrals that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas. We have the ATV pilot project on there and the cell tower public notification. We will deal with them next month. Does anybody have any to add to this? Seeing none, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to accept that. Councillor Marchand and Councillor Waters, all in favor? And that is carried. Down to D, question period from the media and public. Seeing none, Your Worship, back to you.
Thank you so much, Interim Chair LaRose. I appreciate that.
Just filling in.
Just take that from Councillor Vadaboncourt. Okay, we're going to move on to Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. Before we pass that, I just want to make a note again. Councillor Darash has already declared a conflict of interest on item 9B2. So when we get to that point, the declaration has been noted. We'll pass the chair to the Deputy Mayor. Okay, Councillor Darash, over to you.
Thank you very much. So to start, we have 2 consent agenda items. And the recommended action is that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. The first one is the Police Services Board meeting minutes, December 4th, 2023 and January 29th, 2024. The second item is the 2023 annual remuneration report for council boards and committees, Finance Report 2024-02. Do I have a mover and a seconder for these, for the consent agenda? Yes, moved by Deputy LaRose, seconded by Councillor Waters. Any comments or questions about these 2 items? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And seeing none, the motion carries. The next section is matters for consideration. The first item is respect in the workplace policy 004-2019, and it is the report HR 2024-01. The recommended action is that the required amendments to the respect in the workplace policy 004-2019 be approved as presented. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadaboncourt. Any comments or questions about this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? It is carried. And the next item is the non-resident user fee review, Finance Report 2024-03, and I'll pass it on to Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have item 2, which is our non-resident user fee review, FIN 2024-03. And the recommended action that staff proceed with further consultation by hosting public consultation, and that the results be presented at a future committee of the whole meeting as outlined under option 1A. And that an amended fees charges bylaw be presented at the next COW meeting, including a line-by-line staff recommendation for implementation of non-resident user fees across all appropriate areas, excluding regular user groups such as associations and league as outlined in option 2C. And further, that implementing new fees is not considered at this time as outlined under option 3B. And further, that a resident's first approach be implemented in all areas as outlined under option 4B. And finally, that staff bring forward an update report in 2024 Q3 to review the potential implementation of non-resident fees for recreation user groups prior to the user agreement notice periods and the 2025 budget process. With that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor. And that's moved by Councillor Marchand and seconded by Councillor Waters. It is now open for comments and or questions. Do we have anybody wishing to question or comment on this? Councillor Vadabancourt.
Thank you, Vice Chair LaRose. I understand why this report is on the agenda. It was a referral item, and staff have brought forward a very thorough report with a series of recommendations. I found it difficult to read in the sense that I am opposed to non-resident user fees. I am opposed to the principle of it. I understand we have some of them in place for some of our services that we provide. I recognize that, but we're proceeding down a slippery slope, and I'm very, very concerned about where this is headed. I understand that, you know, municipalities outside our boundaries have taken certain actions. I don't agree with those actions, but I don't think two wrongs make a right. And if we start implementing our own non-resident user fees, I just don't think that's the way to go. And so I'm struggling with this, the list of recommendations. I'm going to pause at this point, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'm going to hear the comments from my fellow council members if there are any, and then I may come back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other comments? Councillor Marchand.
I would echo the sentiments of Councillor Vadabancourt. In principle, I do not support a non-resident user fee. I also have to echo, I had to go back and read this report a number of times. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of moving parts. And I just kind of keep coming back to how are we at this point? You know, we heard, you know, a delegation from a father today about children who are playing hockey and just recovering from the pandemic and sports being an outlet. We heard from the Ball Hockey Association, who uses two facilities, you know, both the Penetanguishene Surface and Midland. And it is a sport that, to Tim's point, you know, my son's been playing for many years. And there are a lot of youth in our community that play because it's cheaper. It's one of the cheaper sports. You don't need as much equipment. And those two do an amazing job of running that program, the amount of volunteer hours that they encourage high school students to get to teach these individuals. There's many individuals from our communities and others who have traveled the world to be part of a really amazing ball hockey program, and to offset these costs onto the backs of parents and ultimately on a bunch of children. Really, this is a group that is anywhere from 3 that are skating and playing hockey or ball hockey to the ages of 15 or 18. They all need to put their jerseys on and go to they need to go to council chambers in Tiny Township. They need to go to Midland. They need to be here. They need to have voices and demonstrate that this is a huge, huge impact that they have no control over. And it's their parents who pay for these things that are being penalized. And we know that the cost of living is not decreasing. And we're really not doing a service to any of the children in our community. This becomes a matter of who is going to be in charge of policing this. And, as shared by the Ball Hockey Association, they don't want to ask for addresses. Do we want to hire a staff to be able to do this? I'm really, really struggling with this. And I would really hope that we could, as municipalities regionally, come together and have a conversation about the greater good and maybe park our own agendas or egos or whatever it has to be, but there needs to be a really good dialogue. And I'm really passionate about this. We know that our kids are important, their mental health and them being part of teams and belonging are really important. And this just prohibits and hampers those individuals' ability to be part of regional programs and different groups. And I'm of the same mindset. I don't know if I should support this or not. I think we do need to have a lot more dialogues, but I'd like to see us go back as leaders and have another conversation about this.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else has a comment? Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. I added this referral item and I've been pretty passionate in driving this. I want to make a few comments and statements and echo some of the comments that Councillor Marchand brought up. I don't think as a community we should be charging non-resident fees. I don't believe that. And I would echo what Councillor Marchand said, that we should be able to be adults here and have conversations with our neighbors and figure this out. But one of the questions you asked, Councillor Marchand, was how do we get here? So I just want to add some clarity. The CEO provided a report about a year ago. And the report stated that we received about $25,000 a year from our community partner in Tiny for the use of our arena. That amount has been decreasing every year, not increasing, but decreasing every year. We had an agreement in principle with the previous leadership there that the amount ought to be about $70,000, not 2025, about 75, back in 2017-18. My primary focus right now and goal is the cost of living for our residents in our community. I don't think we should be charging gate fees to a non-resident, but with fairness, and this is no different than our police conversation a while ago, our neighbors are being disrespectful to our residents, and we should not be subsidizing the cost for them because they ought not want to pay anymore, period. I do agree with Councillor Marchand that we should be having those conversations with our neighbors and they should just be able to figure it out between us. But for some reason, we got here. We got here with our recreational facility. We got here with the library, and the library boards had to deal with that. We've had many opportunities to have dialogue, and I'll remind council, we received a letter from Tiny Township directed to us from them that said, we will not be providing support financially to your community more for your services. Done. We got a second letter that said, we will not be providing financial support for your library. That was from them to us. And we're responding, going with how are we going to respond? Now, I agree with everything that we mentioned, and we talked about ball hockey and like, but it costs us money to run all these institutions that we operate. So we'll have to have a conversation internally and go, are we willing as a community to accept that? My son plays spring hockey and summer hockey in Wasaga Beach. This year's registration is $500 more than it was last year. Now, I don't know what the cost can be in our new rec center. We haven't even talked about that yet, but we're talking about costs, and it all comes down to what's the cost to operate. We can't subsidize neighbors and keep giving free rides. To that being said, I think we do need to do more consultation collaboration, but I think, and I'm happy to move an amendment here, I think this council needs to endorse written correspondence formally from our council to our neighbors saying, do you want to reconsider your approach? We're willing to sit down and have an honest conversation and be adults, that there's no impact to our community and our residents. Let's be big people and let's take a leadership role on this, but let's quit being disrespectful about this because it's happening in the media and on Facebook, and let's just get real and let's just do the right thing. So, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move an amendment that, we provide some direction to the CO to reach out to the counterparts, which we've already done, but a definitive letter that says, we would love to get back together and find a solution to move this forward, because we should be able to do this council to council and not have to bring up 28,000 residents to come up with a solution.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor Rawson. You are making that motion. And I'm sure Kelly is typing as quickly as she can.
Sorry, Chair. LaRose, just looking for a little bit more clarity in terms of the other motion that's on the table currently. So you're looking to move an amendment of to the motion to have a letter sent to the counterparts. Is there anything else from the motion, the current motion, that you would like to keep?
I personally think this motion as it stands is good. What it does, it provides us an opportunity to look at other options and opportunities. And I think we should continue with that conversation. But what I'm suggesting is this council should endorse saying, we would really like to just deal with this with our neighbors and let's re-engage that. And then if we get a solution, we don't need to do all these other things.
Is that enough clarity? So we're going to deal with the amendment first, then council. I think as Madam Clerk is making that real, we all know what the intention is. You're going to move that, I would presume, Your Worship. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Marchand will take any comments or questions about the amendment. Seeing none, if you're all good, Madam Clerk, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? And that carries.
Mr. Chair, can we just make comment that Councillor Dorush did not participate in the vote or the discussion, please?
We can make sure that that gets into the record, that she hasn't started from the beginning, nor will she start in the middle. With that, we will go back to the original motion that we had read. And do we have a mover and did we have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Vadaboncourt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As I said, I was interested in listening to my fellow council members' comments on this subject. I think I wasn't sure if Councillor LaRue had his card up to speak, but maybe not. But I wanted to come back to the motion because I supported the motion that the mayor put forward because I think that's that's a logical first step. And I think, Councillor Marchand articulated it very well, in terms of adults approaching this. But I'm very uncomfortable the way the motion reads, particularly paragraph 2 and the last paragraph. I would propose an amendment that those two paragraphs be stricken from the motion. I, again, have no issue with what we just passed, but the paragraph dealing with that amended fees and charges bylaw be presented at the next COW meeting, including a line-by-line staff recommendation on the implementation of non-user fee rates. I think I would recommend that be stricken from the motion. And the last paragraph, and finally, that staff bring forward an update report in 2024 Q3 to review the potential implementation of non-resident rates for recreation user groups. That paragraph be stricken. I can support, paragraph 1, paragraph 3, and paragraph 4. But the other two paragraphs in that motion, I have a great difficulty supporting. So I'm proposing an amendment that they be stricken. And I look to see if there's a seconder. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. We did deal with this a little bit at section. And the idea in paragraph 2 is to just look at what a response would be. Is it $5 a person? Is it $10 a person? Is it $2 a person? We need to know that number without asking staff to bring that forward. I think members of council are just guessing. Everybody, we've heard Midland at $200. We don't know if that's a number that we're comfortable with or not comfortable with, but we need to recoup our costs. We can't just keep coming back to non-users of the thing, of the rec services, and say, you guys got to pay more just because somebody didn't want to pay. So I think it's important that we keep those ones there just for the fact that we're only looking at this. And paragraph 4 was only about implementation. And that's only to do with the contracts that we have with some of the user groups. So that would give them months.
It was paragraph 5, sorry. It was paragraph 5, the last one. And finally that staff bring forward an update report in 2024. Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. It was that last paragraph that I had concerns with, not paragraph 4. Sorry.
Yeah, it's still the same thing. It's just for a timing to make sure that if something has to happen, that it can all happen legally. Any other comments? CAO Lees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity with respect to paragraph 2 and paragraph 5, and then if, with your concurrence, perhaps the Director of Finance can provide some clarity as well. This report was not an easy one to author, and I've heard some comments that it's heavy and it perhaps wasn't as simple to understand as the average report, and we certainly appreciate that. It was not an easy one to author. Paragraph 2, just for a little bit of clarity, is in the recommendation is really about bringing back a thorough review of the user fees and charges bylaw as it relates to individuals, in this case non-residents, that would be seeking out our services on their own. So paragraph 2 would exclude user groups, organizations, associations, and leagues. So for example, under paragraph 2, it might be where a non-resident wishes to rent a hall, or a non-resident wishes to purchase a service, but as an individual, as opposed to a group, association, league, etc. Paragraph 5, however, does speak to returning later in the year with some options that would potentially affect the user groups, the leagues, the associations, etc. So I don't know if that was clear. Certainly it was clear internally, but perhaps to members of committee, it wasn't clear. With your concurrence, Mr. Chair, can we ask the Director of Finance to provide any additional clarity?
Sure. Carrie, did you want to add any of that?
That I've heard. Really, it is just to ensure that from a staff perspective, that we have done as council directed us to do, which is bringing this item forward. So we did try to look at it from every angle and from every perspective in terms of the different steps and the different research that we did to provide this report to Committee of the Whole. And absolutely, the 5 paragraphs with recommendations was difficult to come up with, but we still wanted to at least word it such that we are providing the information that was asked for, whether it be now, whether it be a bit later. So.
Thank you very much for that. And I just wanted to reiterate, while I am, it's not just about the arena. It's about weddings. It's about park rentals. It's about launch ramps. It's about water services that we just put in up top for non-residents to come and load water trucks from. This isn't just about the arena or floor space. So that's why I'm advocating for this to go ahead. then we're all informed. When we get the report, we can look at it properly, understand it. We're not defining ourselves or tying ourselves to anything here. All we're doing is asking that staff bring forth the recommendations. I'm sure by the time we get through the public consultation portion, we'll all have a different view or a more palatable view of how our user groups are looking at it. But I still think we need to go through the process of finding it all out, just because it's not all about rec services only. It's about all of our services. So if there's no other comments or questions, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I had proposed an amendment. I was moving that. I don't know if you were gonna see if there was a seconder to that. There was lots of good conversation about my amendment, but there was not, we didn't really ask if there was gonna be a seconder.
That is my mistake. I thought what was going to happen, and we carried on without it. So with council's permission, we will cruise back to Councillor Vadaboncourt's amendment, and we'll ask for a mover and a seconder. I would suspect that you will be moving that. Do you have a seconder for paragraphs 2 and 5, if I remember? Seeing none, we're back to where we were. So we called the vote and carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I didn't get a seconder on that one, so I appreciate that. So with respect to the second paragraph, if you look at the second paragraph, Mr. Chair, it talks about in the third line, recommendation for the implementation. Recommendation for the implementation. In paragraph 5, it talks about the recommendation to review the potential implementation. So in paragraph 5, the word potential is there. In paragraph 2, the word potential is not there. So recommendation for my amendment would be to introduce the word potential. That's line by line staff recommendation for the potential implementation of non-resident user fees. Introducing the word potential. So, Mr. Chair.
We will call that as a motion. Do we have a seconder for that? Mayor Rawson. So we're adding the word potential. I believe it's just a misprint, but we'll fix it all up proper now. Does anybody have any comments or questions about the word? All in favor of adding it? And that is carried. So now, no, it's not amended. We've already voted on that amendment separately. No, yours was a separate motion to this. Okay. Well, are we all good then, folks? So we're going to go, it was I believe, Madam Clerk, did we already have a mover and a seconder for this original one? Yeah. So we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that is carried. Did you want to finish this off, or you want me to finish it? I don't care. Go ahead.
We'll now go to the referrals to upcoming agendas or to staff. And the motion reads that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additional existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. And so there's paper ballot consideration in the 2026 municipal election slated for the first quarter in 2025. We have staff position of grants writer, which is slated for Q2 of 2024. And we do have the non-resident fee review here that will probably fall off after next month's meeting. And finally, the community grant program review, which is slated for the second quarter in 2024. Does anyone have any, yes, you have some additions, Mayor Rawson?
Thank you. I think I have this in the wrong section, so maybe the CEO and the clerk can move it. But tonight we had a presentation from Huroney Community Foundation regarding housing. And I want to see if we can get a staff report back regarding any support that we can provide and what that would look like. So I'd like to see if we can do that. It probably belongs in P&D, but staff can probably move that if that's appropriate.
Okay, so we will put that addition onto this motion and then they can place it wherever, or you'll move it separately?
No, I'm just going to move it.
Okay. Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Marchand. So we'll vote on that first. Any other additions or? Nope, seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Oppose? It carries. Now we'll go back to the original motion. Do we have any other additions or comments on this? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. And I don't know if I had a mover or a seconder for that one. Okay, there you go. Thank you. And finally, questions, question period from the media and public. And so would anyone have any questions regarding this section? Seeing none, I'll go back to you, Mayor Rawson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor DeRush. We're going to look for an adjournment at 10:41 p.m. Look at move Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Roux.